Madam, can you hear us?
Yeah, you are audible.
Oh, okay, madam. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Sure, sure.
Honorable Secretary DSIR and Director General CSIR, Dr. N. Kalaiselvi, Respected Director, Dr. C. Anandaramakrishnan, Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Science and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, Chairperson, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, who will be joining us in a few minutes, Dr. Pragya Yadav, Director in Charge, ICMR, National Institute for Occupational Health and Head BSL-4 Facility, National Institute of Virology, Pune, Dr. Joseph Benavan, State President, Indian Medical Association, Shri M.S. Faisal Khan, Managing Director, NIMS Medicity, Thiruvananthapuram, Shri J. Chandrababu, Regional Director, Central Pollution Control Board, Bengaluru, esteemed panelists, invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and good morning. Today, CSIR NIST is organizing a one-day conclave on biomedical waste management and stakeholders meet. This conclave is envisioned to discuss the challenges associated with scientific management of biomedical waste and discuss new avenues in proper disposal of biomedical waste. Without any further delay, let me request our respected director to accompany our esteemed guest to the dais. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. May I now request our respected director to welcome our distinguished guests with a bouquet of flowers. To start with, our chief guest, Dr. M. Srinivas. Dr. Sanjay Bihari. Shri J. Chandrababu. Dr. Pragya Yadav, Shri M.S. Faisal Khan, and Dr. Joseph Benavan. Thank you, sir. Our respected director, Dr. C. Anandaramakrishnan, has been instrumental in conceptualizing various events at appropriate magnanimity in the campus. Under his able leadership, CSIR NIST has gained credible recognitions in terms of academics, research and development, technological innovations, and outreach programs. CSIR NIST is now ranked among the top institutions in the country with a perfect balance between scientific excellence and public outreach. With due respect, let me invite our director for the welcome address. Sir, please.
Most respected, our Director General, Secretary DSIR, Dr. Kalai Selvi Madam, Honorable Director of AIMS New Delhi, Dr. Srinivas, sir, Dr. Sanjay Begari, Madam will going to join Srikala Madam, Pragya Yadav, Joseph, Mr. Fazil Khan, Sri Sandra Babu, all the invitees, panel members, participants, students and faculty, good morning to everyone. Indeed, it is a great honor to welcoming all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. It is a wonderful morning to start with that Biomedical Waste Management Conclave and stakeholders meet today at NEST Trivandrum. Dr. Kalai Selvi Madam is instrumental for most of the things what is happening at CSIR NIST and all other CSIR institutions. If you look at recent time, lot of India's first technologies are comes out from the CSIR, including this biomedical waste conversion mechanism of this machine itself. Last March, Madam has visited to CSIR NIST. That time we have showcased, demonstrated how this biomedical waste is converted as a soil additive by the flask in the hand. Madam told immediately, why not you convert as the mechanized manner without using the human intervention. That's what start of development of the machine itself. And today, Madam has told within 8 months time you need to do that. September we need to showcase into the Delhi. We completed last August the whole machine, and last September we showcased at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. That is what the journey is starting in nowadays in the CSIR. Everything is targeted, everything is time framed, and deliverable also is happening, not only in NIST, all other CSIR institutions. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your constant support, encouragement, all these endeavors, what is happening in the CSIR system. Not only that, Madam has talked to our Srinivas sir to take this technology to the AIMS. Because we have done the technology, yes, we are confident on our technology. How this technology works in the real field, that's the important. Madam told, if AIMS is accepting your technology, all other doctors will accept throughout the country. That's what Madam told. So Madam spoke to Dr. Srinivas sir. Then after that, I approached our AIMS director. Immediately, sir is accepted. But you know that how difficult to come out from the headquarters to come to Trivandrum. Thank you so much, sir. Sir has not come alone, come with the team of the doctors from the AIMS. 3 doctors and administrators come, and they are going to spend another 2 days with us to see that what is this technologies, what we are developing that. And yesterday night I explained all this, what we wanted to do it, and the head the department of microbiology in the AIMS also was there in the discussion. They are inclined to take this, our technology to the AIMS to demonstrate at New Delhi. Thank you so much, sir. And we wanted to collaborate with you not only for this technology, other technology as well from the CSIR side. Sanjay Begari, sir, is a close friend of NIST, and always whatever we need, we'll just on phone call, we'll get it. Including this technology, that pathogenic and antimicrobial test has been conducted in Sri Chitra Tirunal Medical Institution. And also we are going to now jointly, we are going to work with the brain mapping, that also sir already told. And more than a neurosurgeon, sir is an excellent orator. You can know that the way he explains, nobody can imagine the way he talks to the audience. Thank you so much, sir, for here today with us. Thank you so much, Srikala ma'am. And we know that one of the hot seat of Kerala state is the Kerala State Pollution Control Board chairperson. And how tough you are coming out from your office to here. 2 days back, Madam was there with us, our campus. Again today, Madam has come to here. That clearly indicates how closely we are working with the State Pollution Control Board as well as Central Pollution Control Board. This technology without State and Central Pollution Control Board, it's difficult to take it into the field. That's what we wanted to join hand with the both the board, State and Central. Today, Madam has come. Thank you so much, ma'am, joining today. Pragya Yadav, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Recently, you taken over as in charge for the ICMR NIO Nagpur, and Madam also kind enough to give advice, and we wanted to collaborate more with your institution. Thank you so much, ma'am, for with us today. Joseph, State President of IMA, because you know that this biomedical waste and management all is taken care by the IMA, and we wanted IMA joint hand only we wanted to go with this technology what we developed. It's one to complement for the existing technology. It is like that only we wanted to move on. That's what we requested. Our Joseph sir immediately has traveled all the way from Kannur to here. Thank you so much sir for participating today's event. And Faisal Khan, one of the institute is set up in the Trivandrum. They Government of India setting the 2070 for the net zero. They're already set up the net zero for another 5 years. Too many things they are doing in the NIMS, and already we signed a MOU last 6 months back with the NIMS Medicity. Even this project, human ethical clearance has been given by the NIMS Medical College. Thank you sir. Thank you so much for joining for today's meeting. Chandrababu sir is a South Regional Center, is taking care by the Chandrababu sir. Central Pollution Control Board, including the biomedical waste, is handled by the sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining that. If you look at the biomedical waste, it comes around 700 tons per day. It is too much to handle it. Yes, Government of India is clearly set up how to handle it. All these things is fine, but segregation comes to the first stage. It mixed with the cottons, needles and all the things, how to segregate. That is the one issue. Second one is the transport. Move from where is the first storage to the second storage place. Because they can't take 1 kg, 2 kg. Minimum amount has to come, then only it will be moved from one place to another place. The second storage to the another place is the second hurdle. Third hurdle, if you look at the transport. Simple example is Trivandrum. If you collect the biomedical waste in the Trivandrum, it has to taken to the Palakkad. It needs 500 kilometers transport from this waste to move. How much carbon footprint and how much time and energy and how we are transporting, that also matters. Then last is incinerators. Is it a correct way to incinerate? If incinerated, what are the other problems faced? We have other technologies like autoclave, microwave, plasma, pyrolysis is there. But all the technology has inherent issue of plus and minus. If you look at incinerator alone, United Nations is already told we need to reduce the incinerators. Why? Because once you incinerate such type of molecules, dioxins may produce. So how to handle it? That's another problem. That's what Philippines already announced. We are not going to do incinerators anymore in their nation. Denmark's told we are not going to build new incinerators in the country. So that's the way all the nations are moving towards the new technological way, how best this biomedical waste can be handled. That's what CSIR come up with the solution to two-stage process. First stage is disinfection, second stage is solidification. What it means, you take the waste what generated during the operations, all the medical waste, take the blood and body parts, added into that cylinder what we developed here, that disinfection takes place with the respective of our compound what we develop at CSIR. Then solidification takes place. The solidification time is, for example, 1 kg of mass waste takes maximum of 1 to 2 minutes time. Solidification takes place, then reaction completes. You will get soil additives after the another few minutes. This is the what the whole the reaction time what it happens. No touching of the hand, no issues. Even this machine can be kept in the hospital where the operation takes place. This is the machine. You may be surprised why capsicum is like this. We don't want to make some waste treatment machine with some of the not normal condition like a washing machine type. We wanted to maybe make it as an attractive machine. That's what we made it, a capsicum with the green. So you can just put it inside. You can see the inside reactor. We made totally automated. Now we move on to the next version of this machine with the totally Teflon coated. All the stuffs we included, including the monitoring system as enabled in this machine. Whatever converted is the soil additives comes out with the barcode that can be monitored. All the machines can be monitored. Wherever we install the machine, how the performance machine can be monitored. The whole technology is developed by CSIR NIST. So this is very unique. And what is the next stage? If you look at virgin soil, vermicomposite, what is the soil additives comes from this biotreated waste. The growth rate is 3 times higher than the virgin soil. Production rate also 3 times higher. It's a very clearly evidence can be used for the other purpose. This is what when you are talking about sustainability or circularity, this is the best model of going for that. That's what we wanted to go with the existing incinerator. Along with that, we wanted to give this technology as well. That's what we tried to move. And we are trying to reach out more stakeholders in this purpose. That's what today more than 200 registered participants from the doctors who handles the biomedical waste in the hospital all have come here. And also a lot of request has come. We made it, the whole program is YouTube online. Anyone, the whole country can watch what is happening in this field and what this technology meant for that. Once again, thank you so much for everyone joining for this program. Thank you so much our Director General Madam and also Srinivas sir for taking part of this event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Going with our tradition, we mark the beginning of any auspicious occasion by lighting the lamp. Let me invite all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to jointly light the lamp and inaugurate today's function. Thank you all. Our Honorable Director General, Dr. N. Kalai made history as the first female Director General of India's largest research organization, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Under her able leadership, CSIR has consolidated its strengths as a leader to handhold the Indian industries to achieve societal and strategic requirements of India in food, energy, water, health, strategic security, and so on. May I now invite our respected DG Madam for the presidential address. Ma'am, please.
Namaskar, Vanakkam and pleasant morning to every one of you. I'm extremely happy to be a part of this very, very important activity that is going on in CSIR NIST Thiruvananthapuram today, wherein the team NIST has taken efforts to transform infectious and pathogenic biomedical waste into very, very valuable soil additive. And I'm feeling a little jealous also because my good friend Dr. Srinivas is there physically, and I'm really missing the opportunity of enjoying his company and to visit NIST one more time on this very special day, including Dr. Anantharamakrishna, friends from NIST Trivandrum. You should really apologize me because I also really wanted to come there, physically there with you and to have more interactions. Especially, I thoroughly enjoy company of Dr. Srinivas and I really wanted to make it. But tomorrow is our CSIR society meeting. Therefore, anything which is required at the last minute, 11th hour requirements, may require DG's presence in the headquarters. And that is the only and only reason due to which I'm staying back here. Otherwise, really my heart is beating there from NIST Trivandrum only today. Why? Because this is a great, great day. And I would say this is a day that you can really celebrate. Next to holy celebrations, today should be celebrated by each and every one of you because, from my opinion, we are coming up with a kind of a big game-changing solution for a very, very big and a threatening issue. Not only the country is facing that issue, I would say this is the problem or the issue or the threat for the global community. I always used to tell each and every one of you that today whatever is happening in any corner of the world, it is not going to have its impact or its effect only to that set of people or only to that area, whereas its impacts, its consequences and its, I would say, post-occurrence effects will be felt almost everyone across the globe. That is the situation with which we are all living today, for which even this waste and hazardous waste, infectious waste, and infectious and pathogenic waste is also not an exception. When the whole world is today concentrating more on better health and One Health, definitely we'll be seeking more medical options. And when we go for medical options also, there are a number of treatments. So somebody like Dr. Radhakrishnan from NIST Trivandrum will be talking about even traditional healing. And somebody will be talking about modern medicine. And somebody will be talking about even pharmacokinology related issues. So I think whatever it may be the medical methods that we are following, definitely we as human beings, we have lot of dependence on many chemicals as well as machineries, and I would say unavoidable involvement of many accessories. So towards the end of our medical treatment, the patient is becoming healthier. That is a welcoming thing. But at the same time, the treatment that really involves lot of materials that are going as waste. Something is defined as sharp waste. Something is defined as infectious waste. Something they are coming under pathogenic waste, and something is coming under even radioactive waste. So we from CSIR, especially from NIST family, they have taken into consideration of infectious category, short category, and pathogenic category based biomedical waste, and they really thought about it in a much more, I would say, very responsible manner, and they are now coming up with a kind of a technology by means of which the waste is no longer an infectious waste, it is no longer a pathogenic waste, it is no longer a waste at all, whereas it could be converted into a very great soil additive. Very thoughtfully, the team has given capsicum as the symbol for the equipment, because the waste that you are putting inside this capsicum colored as well as capsicum shaped equipment is really going to help the growth of plants, including capsicum. So my style of addressing is, every time I will leave one message. So Dr. Ananta, today's message for you is, next time you have to place 2 capsicums adjacent to each other. One is your capsicum equipment, and adjacent to that, you have to really keep the capsicum which is grown using the soil additive, which is obtained from this biomedical waste to soil additive generated equipment. I think then only society will believe, society will appreciate, society will celebrate the technology. So this capsicum is a symbolic, I would say, representation. Let us take them to the real world. How long you want people to go with the symbolic thing? So just showcase this symbolic thing in the form of equipment. Then you keep the real capsicum. Please start growing capsicum. Then you add the soil manure. You may take 6 months time or 1 year time, but I want to see both the capsicums together. And one day you should showcase, and the video you should share with me, having both the capsicums close by. I think that is the real way of celebrating the technology. I'm sure you will do that. And friends, I would really appreciate that the efforts of your team, and especially Dr. Anantaram Krishna's effect. Dr. Ananta is really putting his heart and soul for the development of this particular institute, and he has really invited all the people who are responsible, who are related both directly, indirectly, and unavoidably, all the people are made to assemble in NIST Trivandrum, it's a great opportunity for you and also for CSIR. Because all medical doctors are available and medical institutes, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute and also Pollution Control Board. Therefore, this conclave or this consortia or this meeting, I do not know how to name it, because science and technology is there, medicine is there, pollution control board is there. This is a kind of, I would say, consortia. It really gives a kind of a confidence to people like me and also every citizen of India that science and technology of today, it is really having more than enough concerns on the society and also about the, I would say, healthy living of human beings. So the very important and the salient features have already been explained by Dr. Ananta. So when we are talking about net zero, I also used to tell my friends, today the biggest number, greatest number, challenging number in the globe is, don't think about several digit numbers, it is only zero. Net zero is the difficult thing to achieve today. And for when we are talking about net zero as our motive and as our target, we are not supposed to use incinerators or any other means or dumping or open burning. So all these practices ought to be avoided. And therefore, instead of preaching that don't do open burning, don't do incineration, so instead of preaching, we should come up with a kind of a solution. And this is where NIST has come up with the kind of, I would say it's a dual disinfection, solidification. First, they disinfect the waste, then they solidify and immobilize the waste, and then they get it treated. And I'm really impressed when Ananta told that 1 kilogram requires 1 to 2 minutes. What a great, I would say, it's a magic. In 2 minutes, I was thinking only Maggi could be made, but now you made it possible. Not only Maggi noodles, but also this medical waste also could be converted within 2 minutes into a very useful soil additive. So I really appreciate, congratulate all the team members involved in this particular event. And without even patting on our own shoulders, because whatever I say is also again patting on the shoulders of CSIR, I really wish to hear from the other end, especially experts like Dr. Srinivas. I should really take half a minute to appreciate Dr. Srinivas, because unlike any other leader or a secretary, or I would say the person in the leadership role, he wrote to me and he entered into my office with a big battalion of 12 other medical doctors. And what a great opportunity, what a great moment he really created. And without any hesitation, they all shared for more than 1 hour in discussing with me. Along with a few other directors also, I made them to join on that day. And he really made that day as a very great day. And he continues to support science and technology. Srinivas ji, please accept my heartfelt thanks and appreciations to you as well as to your team. And my NIST friends, I will tell one more interesting thing about Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Srinivas is not only a doctor who is practicing medicine, he is practicing a lot of good habits for well-being. Can you imagine a person who is dwelling in Delhi, who is taking shower in cold water at 4 a.m. in the morning in the month of December, and who has never purchased a sweater in his life? Why I'm telling is not to make him happy. I'm just making all of you to be aware of one factor that, and one fact also, which is nothing but instead of directly jumping into medicines, if we try to really do some kind of a mind management, actually Ananta is now talking about brain mapping, I'm talking about tuning your mind. If at all you are able to tune your mind, you can tune your body. If you are able to tune your body, I think AIMS will not have much work. So the AIMS director himself is working against AIMS, which is a very arguably interesting thing. So why? Because a person of that caliber, a person of that kind of, I would say, good habits, I think all of us should become his follower. If at all somebody else had told this kind of a story, I would not have believed. But when Dr. Srinivas, he never told it. He was sitting with a simple shirt when many of us were having 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, 4 layer. And at that time only he said how best it is advisable to tune the mind so that the body also gets tuned by itself. So I think it's better to listen to Dr. Srinivas rather than listening from Kalesali, because I admired the way he explained. And so my young friends and also my scientific friends, please take these lessons from such leaders. By looking at somebody, you should really get a lesson. By looking at Professor Chetan Solanki, I already told, all of us should wear at least one day without even ironing the dress, because now we have to accept one more slogan, which is wrinkle is good. Because when some companies are advertising that stain is good, why don't we scientific fraternity say that wrinkle is also good? Because by pressing, by ironing, we are really losing a lot of energy. And therefore, Professor Chetan Solanki is coming up with a kind of a slogan. He is also practicing. I am talking about only people who are practicing, not preaching. Kaliselvi is preaching. I am trying to now really adhere to one point. At least one day, I will not wear the stressed or the pressed sari, and I started using it. So friends, please take all these good points as your lifestyle matter. If all of us really take these points, similarly, I am not telling that you should not wear sweaters, but I want you to admire the kind of confidence or the kind of, I would say, lifestyle that is being followed by Dr. Srinivas. So all these good points, we as scientific fraternity, we should also accept, not only admire, please accept, try to follow. Young friends can definitely follow, and also you make many more people to understand such leaders, such unsung heroes should be really appreciated, and they should be followed. If at all we follow these people, we are trying to do justice to the country as well as to the globe for its every other aspects also. So with these few words, many other leaders are there on the stage. Sorry for my ignorance about your capabilities and your expertise and your special features. I only know about Dr. Srinivas, therefore I was able to appreciate his time. And please accept my appreciations. All of you have really made up your mind to help CSIR, to accept CSIR technology, and to really look into this technology with all your capabilities and background knowledge. Please do that, because every time I tell my CSIR fraternity, whenever a third party certifies your product, your technology, then only its acceptance in the society will be more. So I look forward your cooperation, your guidance, your mentorship. I'm not telling you that you should accept it as a technology. Please guide us. Please offer your mentorship, so that CSIR NIST will come up with many more success stories. And before I close, once again, my heartfelt appreciations to each and every one of you in NIST Trivandrum, because you are now coming up with a number of memorable and cherishable moments with your very unique science and technology based leads. And I wish you all the very best. And I'm sure this technology is going to be a real game changer, and this game changer from CSIR should really get its global acceptance. And when it is gaining its global acceptance, I'll come to NIST and I'll celebrate the day with all of you. Thank you so very much. Appreciate each and every one of you. Have a good day. Namaskar.
Thank you for your kind words of wisdom, madam. Moving on, Dr. M. Srinivas, the Director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, has an illustrious career with more than 3 decades of experience in various positions in academics, administrative, therapy, and research fields. An amazing personality of extraordinary talent, Dr. Srinivas is counted amongst India's most eminent and recognized luminaries of medicine. Before taking over as Director AIIMS, Dr. Srinivas was Dean and Pediatric Surgeon at Employees State Insurance Corporation Medical College and Hospital, Hyderabad. Hallmark of his contributions during his tenure includes development of new medical colleges, initiation of more than 10 new medical colleges, and starting of postgraduate and super specialty courses in these institutes. Dr. Srinivas has immensely contributed in getting the NABH accreditation for ESIC Hospital at Hyderabad. Before his illustrious stint with ESIC Medical College and Hospital, Dr. Srinivas joined the AIIMS during 1994 and ascended the academic ladder and became professor and head of pediatric surgery department. An exceptionally brilliant scholar throughout, Dr. Srinivas has been conferred with several gold medals and awards. He has authored more than 200 research papers and also trained a large number of undergraduate and postgraduate medical students. He is a distinguished member of 15 professional organizations and is a fellow of the Children's Research Centre, Dublin, Ireland. Sir, we are fortunate to have you today as our chief guest, and it would be our honor to invite you for the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Thank you for the kind words from God's own country, Trivandrum and the Delhi. Madam, we are missing you. Respected DG ma'am, the Secretary DSIR, Director NIST and Director Chitta Tirunal and dignitaries on the dais and everybody. I think ma'am, as you said, that I will first say that all of you give a big hand to the team which has done this. I think this is something, such a wonderful thing where they have brought everybody, not only the people from the basic sciences, the hospitals, hospital administration, pollution control, and the youngsters to inspire the people. You know, they are here to get inspired from this institution and the technology and the kind of research these people are doing it. It is something which is unique, you know, very rare for us to see in a medical institutions where all the people come under as a consortium, what madam put it. We are here to understand the things. Greetings from All India Institute of Medical Sciences. We are, you know, that we are the National Institutional Ranking Framework in the medical category, that we are the #1. And we are not just the #1 with NIRF rankings. I think Dr. Bihari will agree to it. Definitely, I think. So we are #1 with the patient care, teaching, learning, research, and good governance and administration, whole lot of things. And we were looking forward an opportunity to come to Trivandrum for two reasons. One, the NIST and the Sri Chitta Tirunal and Dr. Bihari, you know, he's a wonderful person, you know. You must visit the Chitta Tirunal and listen to him, the kind of, not only the oration, but also the kind of work. He's good at everything, good at the skills, good at the photography. You must display one photography session to the NIST people that, you know, what are the photographs which you have with your whatever he has taken from the previous institutions and the rest of the world. Coming back to the saying that, you know, we are here as a team, definitely we would look forward to collaborate on things. Ma'am, we are invading all your laboratories. We invaded your CCMB. We went to, tomorrow Madam CFTRI Director is coming to AIIMS and day after tomorrow. And we are definitely going through all the institutions because the country needs it. You know, we were in the silos for a long time. You know, the connect between the medical institutions and the basic science institutions this kind of research was not that robust. You know, that's what we are breaking that silos and reaching out to the people. You know, reaching out to the Indian Institute of Technology, reaching out to the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, reaching out to all the laboratories of the CSIR. We went as a team to CCMB, and then we are looking forward to go to the many institutions, taking the people who have interest in the mutually, you know, collaborative nature. You know, if somebody is doing a research on a particular aspect, that we have clinicians who will look into that, give our problems to them. You know, we say that, you know, these are the problems which we have in medicine, surgery, or clinical care, or the diagnosis, and then we take the feedback from the people and say that what is that technology which you have, which can help our patients. So that's where we are together, working together with the institutions of national importance like this. And madam, definitely we will look into that, and we have wonderful experts in our institution. Definitely we will see to it that, you know, the technology is tested, validated, and then we will definitely publish together so that it becomes a benchmark. You know, the certification from institutes like Chitta Tirunal and AIIMS will go a long way in saying that the mechanism whichever is being adopted in this is safe, effective, cost effective, and of course it is nature friendly, that you can see that, you know, you not only can grow capsicum, but I think you can grow saffron also. You know, there's no limit for that, you know, because it's a value added addition to the things. Madam, we are very grateful to you and the wonderful team here, and we assure you from the AIIMS New Delhi that we will definitely collaborate with all the CSR institutions, look into the basic technology which you have, so that we can take on that and give the feedback to you and say that how best we can fine tune the technology, and then give the validation, testing, do the clinical trials later on if necessary. If particular molecular is happening in the equipment, gadget or drug, something like that, we will definitely look into the clinical trials and beyond, and then we will be part of building the nation, because what is happening at the moment is that we are, if you look into the kind of gadgets and the things we get in our own ICUs and the critical care, most of the equipment and the gadgets are imported, We have to really become a truly Atmanirbhar Bharat, and for that we have to work together. These institutions have to work together, and the people have to collaborate, and then see to it that our technology, whatever the basic science people are doing, research and technology, comes back to the patient care, and it brings an impact to the society. Whatever the technology research which you do, it eventually will help the patients, our patients, and then we will be part of the nation building. With this, I once again thank the team and the madam there, with the assurance that All India Institute of Medical Sciences is committed for collaborating with the CSR institutions for the bringing a change in the society and helping the patients. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. We shall now move on to the release of the technology brochure. CSIR NIST has developed a technology for converting pathogenic biomedical waste to value-added soil additives. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIMS New Delhi, to officially release the technology brochure. I also request our technology partners who has taken up the process technology, Dr. Joshi Waki, Managing Director, and Mr. Paulos Chaco, Director, BioVastum Solutions Private Limited, to join us on stage and receive a copy from our chief guest. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sanjay Bihari, a neurosurgeon by profession, is currently the director of Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. May I now invite Dr. Bihari for addressing the gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning. Respected Dr. Kalai Selvi, who's been the inspiration for all of us. Dr. Srinivas, the director of AIMS New Delhi, and believe me, it's not an easy job to be director of AIMS New Delhi. Dr. Anand Ramakrishnan, the director of NIST, and all the esteemed members of the at the stage, and all the esteemed guests down below, and all members of the audience. It's such a privilege and honor for me it's almost like a homecoming coming to NIST. And this is probably the 4th or 5th time that I've come here, and I'm grateful to NIST for always considering us a part of every organizational activity which they have here. I'm also very honored and privileged to be here because, as I've said before, this is a circle of service. The first circle of service is the surgery that you do. Maybe you do some surgeries, maybe 4 or 5 of them. The second circle of service is when you extend it to your residents and your trainees, and that's the second circle of service, which is also being done here. And the third circle of service is when you extend it to biomedical product development, to writing a book, to writing a publication, which lasts more than your own lifetime. And for that, I congratulate NIST and all its technology partners for extending the circle of service much, much beyond what it actually means. Dr. Srinivas and I are both surgeons. He's a pediatric surgeon, I'm a neurosurgeon. And so I'd like you to consider a few scenarios here. First of them is an operation theater scenario. In one of the most sophisticated hospitals, it can be any one of them, but any very sophisticated hospitals. So a patient is wheeled in, a needle is inserted into his arm and connected to a plastic tubing that infuses saline from a glass or a plastic bottle. Disposable gowns and gloves are worn. The anesthetist intubates the patient using disposable endotracheal tubes. Sharp disposable knives are used to incise the skin. Sutures are used to tie the knots. Any blood or body fluid emanating from a patient's body is collected in suction machines. Biological waste is collected in bottles. Blood in plastic blood bags is transfused, after which the bag is discarded. Bandages are placed on the patient. An X-ray imaging machine takes image on a cassette. A glass vial is broken for giving injection. A plastic syringe is used to give an injection. All the instruments are wrapped in sterile disposable sheets that are thrown away. And in one institute, for example mine, there will be about 8 or 10 surgeries per day. I think in AIIMS there will be 25 surgeries per day if you look at all the surgical departments. So imagine the amount of biomedical waste that is generated. And the most important part is that the daily wages worker who has no idea about medical waste management places everything in one bag and throws it out for another equally ignorant, unvaccinated worker to throw into a trolley to take for incineration, or tries to segregate it using hand care gloves, which immediately get torn without any mask or without any gown. With the advent of diseases such as hepatitis B, which may cause cirrhosis and liver failure and cancer, the development of AIDS using infected needles, or tuberculosis, or gastroenteritis, or hepatitis, or infections, or injury, it is no surprise that this human behavior is a cause for concern, not only for that poor person, but for his family. I was in charge of the COVID ICU in Lucknow. And every day, morning and evening, I'll wear the hazmat suit, go into the ICU, look after all the patients, and then come back. It would take me 45 minutes to wear that gown and 45 minutes to take it out. And the amount of waste we produce during that time is abominable. And when I think of it, I'm really shocked. Consider another scenario. This is from Hindustan Times during COVID. In Delhi, over 40 sanitation workers have tested positive for the virus and 15 have lost their lives. In Mumbai, 10 workers and 2 security guards at the city's 2 landfills in Deonar and Kunjumarg have been infected with COVID-19 and died. Consider another scenario. The scientific method of disposal of biomedical waste at one hospital, I won't name it, involves capital investment as well as maintenance charges. The fixed cost includes the following. Building to house incinerator, 50 lakhs. Cost of incinerator, 1.2 crores. Other accessories and components, another 20 lakhs. Electricity, diesel, transport, wages, uncountable. Total fixed cost, 2 crores. Recurrent cost goes in crores. Consider another scenario. Quote from the newspaper Hindu. Sources said that companies initially quoted rupees 25 per bed for waste disposal. The hospital authorities managed to bring it down to rupees 7 per bed. Besides, if the total biomedical waste exceeds 3,000 kgs a month, the company quoted rupees 60 per additional kg. We bargained and brought it down to 6,000 a kg a month and rupees 24 per additional kg. How can the government hospitals pay such high rates? This is from Hindu. Consider another scenario. This is from newspaper Indian Express. Noting the huge gaps that remain in the compliance with biomedical waste management rules in the country, the National Green Tribunal has asked for remedial action to be planned and executed. Therefore, friends, Dr. Albert Einstein had once said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created those problems. And according to the World Health Organization, the 6 key elements in improving healthcare waste management are: reduce the amount of waste generated, to incrementally improve waste segregation, destruction and disposal practices, to provide a safe and environmental sound treatment of hazardous healthcare wastes, to bring a comprehensive system addressing responsibilities, resource allocation, handling and disposal, and to create awareness and selecting a safe and environmentally friendly management option to protect people from hazards while collecting, handling, storing, transporting, treating, or disposal of waste. Consider now another paradoxical scenario, and this is also from a newspaper. Medical waste management market by service, collection, treatment, disposal, incineration, recycling, type of waste, non-hazardous, infectious, pharmaceutical, treatment site, off-site, on-site, waste generator. Global forecast to 2028 is valued at an estimate US $9.2 billion in 2023 and is projected to reach US $12.2 billion by 2028 at a compounded annual growth rate of 5.9% during the forecast period. Therefore, there is immense opportunity in adversity. Like Annie Leonard once said, there is no such thing as away. When we throw anything away, it must go somewhere. So what are some of the innovative concepts that serve as food for thought? And I tell you, all of you have to think of these things. Of course, we talked about small desktop size processing devices that enable disposal of sharp instruments. Why do you need small objects? You need small so that people don't confuse them with large dustbins. When you have small, in the theater, you know, these small ones are for disposal of sharp things. When you have a large one, then you know that you can put gloves and paper and everything else. Second, ultraviolet light and ozone, fantastic disinfection technologies. Recycling, reusing, reducing waste at the source, very important. Effective segregation, which is a great policy in India. Storage, transportation and processing. Robotics, automatic system, smart bins, which actually tell you how much of waste there is. Vehicles to allow for precise protocols, choosing suitable routes, avoiding populated area, low heat thermal processes, incineration and their innovations, chemical processes and their innovations, autoclaves, enzymatic degradation, mechanical techniques, digitalization of records, Internet of Things, which actually helps you systematically organize the waste material, automation, geospatial technology is utilized for tracking transportation routes, vehicles, and waste bins. And of course, quick turnaround times and blockchain technology, recycling, turning waste into energy, garbage weighing and compacting mechanisms, pneumatic waste pipes, educational and training opportunities, biomedical device development, and proper signage development. So you can see the opportunities that this particular conclave offers for you in terms of learning, in terms of education, and in terms of practical dissemination of information that is given to you. So I congratulate NIST for coming out with a device that can convert biological waste and liquid into solid manure. It cannot only be used in operation theaters, but also in ICU to collect sputum, blood, vomitus, urine, and other organic fluid and convert them into fertilizer for plants. As medical treatment becomes more sophisticated by the day and becomes more focused on personalized and precision medicine, the biomedical waste generated will go on increasing and will require some complex and environmental friendly ways to manage. I have only one comment to make, a kind of a negative comment. When you're using blood and biological products to actually make anything and to process it, please remember one big issue, which is Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Most of you will have never heard of this Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is it's a prion disease, and most of us in India cannot detect it because we don't have the necessary equipment to detect it. However, the usual methods of autoclaving are not possible. And the biggest problem is that if somebody has a Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, then the person develops dementia at a very young age. And of the Western countries which are recognizing this problem, as soon as it is detected in a hospital, even a single patient, the entire equipment of the hospital is discarded immediately. So this is one point that you need to focus upon. So I congratulate this institute to recognize both this public health problem that biological waste management represents as well as the opportunities it presents. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. We owe it to them to keep our environment clean and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Shrikala Madam currently steers the Kerala State Pollution Control Board as its chairperson. Let me invite Madam for her address. Madam, please.
Good morning. Respected Dr. Kalay Shelvi, Director General CSIR, Dr. Srinivas, Director AIMS New Delhi, other distinguished dignitaries on and off dais, and respected delegates who are presented here. First of all, thanks to NIST for inviting me to attend this auspicious program. So, I'm just talking in view of the perspective of KSPCB towards the waste management, especially the biomedical waste management. So the biomedical waste management, its history starts from 1998 onwards. Previously it was simply dumping into the dump yard which was maintained in a crude manner. So why the importance of this biomedical waste management? Let me have a look on that. So if we consider an institution of the hospital, a very less amount of hospital waste is generating as biomedical waste, around 15 to 20%. So if we manage that biomedical waste of this less quantity, it will be very much efficient for management of the whole waste in the generated from the hospital or healthcare facilities. 80 to 85% will be the general waste, administrative waste which are coming from the hospital waste. If we consider that we mix, we happen to mix with this 15%, very less quantity with this 85% or 80% with the biomedical waste, then their waste will get infectious waste. So suppose we throw this waste into a municipal dump yard, which are not properly maintaining. If we are supposed to think about that, the entire yard will become the infectious waste. Then it is beyond the control. We can control the manage the waste which are generated in the dumping yard. So care should be taken for this waste management for this healthcare facility institutions. So in our constitution itself, Directive Principles and Fundamental Rights, especially space of the safeguard of environment and health. So we need to have a very good things in our mind that we should properly care about this waste which are generating from the healthcare facilities. Previously, the categories of the waste are around 9 numbers which are mentioned by this Environmental Protection Act, under which this biomedical waste management rules is existing, and the ability has been extended. In 2016 this has been improved in a version that it has reduced the categories. As previously the incineration waste itself is a biomedical waste, and the categories which are reduced and more items has been included in these 4 items of the biomedical waste, and this need to be properly managed. So Kerala is, as far as Kerala is concerned, we have around 17,000 of healthcare facilities which are registered with the State Pollution Control Board. Around 62 tons per day of the waste is generating as biomedical waste, and we have 2 common biomedical waste facilities which are functioning, one in Palakkad and the other in is Kochi, is having sufficient capacity to cater this waste which are generating daily in Kerala state. So even then we are finding that some of the waste which are not being properly tracked, which are moving in an informal sector, we needed to have to bring them into the formal sector. So for that we need to have an inventarization. It is vested with the Kerala State Pollution Control responsibility, and we did an inventory and find out the quantity of the waste which are generated, but still we need to have a gap identification. So that the work has been given to NIST recently, and they are doing the activities in a proper manner. Last day we are discussing about the grey water which are discharging from the various institutions. Things about that, the waste which are generating from the hospital as well. Grey water is generated is from healthcare facilities also, we need to have a proper quantification of the waste and be treated properly before discharging or letting out into the disposal facilities. And hospital waste management is a very important factor, and we need to have things to improve the management facilities like this needs to be did recently. And I hope that this conclave will give an enlightenment of the knowledge for the waste management of the hospital waste, and let us hope for this very success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Dr. Pragya Yadav is a celebrated virologist, biocontainment expert, molecular biologist who works with high-risk pathogens, vaccines, and animal sciences. She is currently the director in charge of ICMR National Institute for Occupational Health, Nagpur, and head of the BSL-4 facility at National Institute of Virology, Pune. We thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation and welcome you to address the audience.
Thank you very much. This is ICMR. It's not ICMR, it's National Institute of One Health, which is a new institute coming up, and it's a plan from PSA office where 7 ministries from India would work together addressing One Health issue. So this is the latest responsibility which I have received. First, I would like to thank the CSIR and ICT for this successful implementation of this unit, which is very important, and I wish we had this kind of innovation in the past, and that could have taken care during the pandemic and addresses the issue which we faced. I'm glad to be here with very eminent professors, scientists, and also different stakeholders who deal with different factors. So if we talk about, as Dr. Sanjay Bihari said, a larger number of issues which we face in the hospital, but I would like to emphasize here about the laboratory. Because in pandemic, we realized that laboratories are very, very prominent factors and also a stakeholder in the patient diagnosis, vaccine research, and also making the therapeutics. And in this process, we do not only handle the patient sample for diagnosis, but we are actively engaging now as a country, India, in basic research, vaccine research. And while we are doing that, we are focusing on preclinical studies, which include a large number of animal studies, and you generate waste which needs to be taken care. But at the same time, during the pandemic, we realized that as a country, we need more biocontainment facilities so that we can deal with any coming up outbreak, pandemic in future. And in this context, we have almost 250 BSL-3 coming up. We have 4 BSL-4 BSL-4 facilities coming up, and all these laboratory, imagine they will work on infectious diseases that will include MDR, tuberculosis, to maybe the prion disease, which sir just mentioned, that prion cannot be autoclaved by 1 degree Celsius 15 psi, which we use for autoclaving other infectious material. It requires 135 degree, and most of the autoclave would not work at that temperature. So if we talk about existing technology which we have, we are facing a large number of issues, and each containment facility, there are the 4 main factors which these laboratory address, that you have to take care of the personal, not only that they should not be infected, but they should not carry anything through their body to the community and infect others. But at the same time, the air, water, whatever is circulating in the facility should not be having any infectious material to pass on to environment. And the most important, the waste which we generate. And to waste, mostly what we do in this facility, either we autoclave or we incinerate, which was a very traditional method, but incineration is stopped in almost all the facilities. And in the containment facility, we use a tissue digestion machine, which is a potassium hydroxide high pressure temperature method, where you can use all these biomedical waste, keep in the machine, and then it make a slurry, and then you can use through this STP plant and treat it. So these are some of the method. But looking at the scenario where we are working on and experience, for example, the Ebola spread happened because of the infectious the material and products of the patient. So we know that if we don't treat these waste, we can create a large number of not only outbreaks, but in pandemic we have seen how easily the transmission can happen with one person to another. So I think this is a great example of innovation, and I am not sure about the detail, but I can say that there is some validation happen on AMR. It would be better if we can do some validation of high infectious diseases with some deadly diseases, and look at how we can validate and give that data and bring more confidence on infectious disease, which, because that will be a major factor, and this implementation can help in all coming home facilities, including laboratory, with the hospital and other infrastructure. With this, I would like to once again congratulate the entire team, director and DG madam. Ma'am, your inspiration for this all generations women and young boys and girls, and we always get inspired with all your speech and your work, what you are doing, and we would contribute further if required in this innovation as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Let me now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Joseph Benavin, Managing Director, Luth Hospital, Kannur, and State President of the Indian Medical Association, for his address. Please, sir.
Dr. N. Kalai, Secretary DSIR and Director General, Dr. Srinivas, Director AIMS, Dr. Sandeep Bihari, Director of Sri Chitra Institute, and all the other distinguished guests and speakers. Say it's indeed a great opportunity for the Indian Medical Association to be here, for the simple reason when we talk about biomedical waste management, and when we talk about biomedical waste, if God's own country remains to be God's own country today, it's only because of the Indian Medical Association. Why I say that is, many of you must be wondering why. I take pride in saying that because as far as biomedical waste management in Kerala is concerned, it begins and ends with the Indian Medical Association through our project called IMA Goes Eco-Friendly, that is IMAGE. I'll just briefly give you the numbers, because the biomedical waste facility of the Indian Medical Association is the largest facility in the country. And believe it or not, we treat almost 54 tons of biomedical waste every day from, believe it or not, again, 19,875 healthcare institutions spread across the length and breadth of the state. I think that's the best case study for any institution, and even for CSIR, I would request you to study deeply. We have a lot of challenges, and I would like to make use of this forum to narrate the challenges also, so that I think you'll come up with some kind of a discovery or an invention on that, because that's needed. And because the challenge that IMA faces on such a large scale would also be reflected in a minor way across the country. See, how IMA got into the picture was when 1998, when the Supreme Court started becoming very strict about the biomedical waste management handling rules, the government in Kerala was left high and dry. They didn't know what to do. We had so many hospitals, most of them small and medium hospitals. So they invited the Indian Medical Association for a discussion, and they said, why don't Indian Medical Association take up the challenge? And as you know, Indian Medical Association is a totally voluntary organization. All of us work, it's out of our free time, or we make time to work for the society, for the community, and for the betterment of doctors. So we actually came out with IMAGE in 2001, and our project, we started off the first collection of biomedical waste in 2004, the 1st of January. And in the initial days, it was so difficult convincing doctors, because, healthcare institutions to join IMAGE, to segregate and hand over their biomedical waste to us. And honestly speaking, doctors, who were part of the IMA, we went around visiting each and every hospital, healthcare institution in the state to ask them to enroll in IMA, because our project, we launched a project with money pooled in by doctors, no outside funding, voluntary contributions, interest-free loans to the association and for the community, because we all felt the need for proper biomedical waste management. Till then it was not there. And we started off this project, we went around begging institutions to join, and finally, when the Pollution Control Board cracked their whip, all the institutions had to join, because otherwise they don't get the license from the Pollution Control Board or the local bodies. So in fact, today, along with the local bodies in the state, IMA is also a deciding factor whether an institution can run or not, because unless and until you have an affiliation certificate from IMAGE, you can't operate a healthcare facility in the country, in the state. So let me tell you, see, I'll just give you what are our installed capacities. See, we have 6 biomedical waste incinerators, and 2 of them are rotary kiln of the dry scrubbing type, and 4 of them are static with wet scrubbing. And let me tell you, there are no dioxins, no toxic emissions going out of these incinerators, because we follow very stringent norms that are prescribed by the Pollution Control Board, and we have a real-time monitoring system, sensors right on top of all our chimneys, which are directly connected to the State Pollution Control Board as well as the Central Pollution Control Board, real-time monitoring of emissions. So that's our installed capacity, and with these incinerators, we have an installed capacity of 78 metric tons per day, and our sanctioned capacity is 55.5 metric tons, and we treat, as of today, on an average, we treat 54 tons of biomedical waste that's generated from all the healthcare institutions. I'm happy to say even Sri Chitra, we treat the biomedical waste, all government medical colleges. And in this regard, I just want to say one thing, because IMA is a not-for-profit organization. We provide service to government institutions, even though we don't get any subsidy or help from the government, at very subsidized nominal rates. So that's because we charge only 6 rupees 10 paisa per bed per day from the government institutions, and we only charge for 90% of the beds. You know the situation in government hospitals. You will even have flow patients, but if the recognized bed strength of a government institution is 1,000 beds, we only charge them for 9, and that too at a subsidized 6.10 paisa. And for private hospitals also, we are not too far, because most of the institutions, doctors are the major stakeholders. We only charge 6.35. So that's how we work on it. We work on it because our operational expenditures are kind of, we could contain it, because there are almost 70 doctors working on it free of cost. The administration, the monitoring, the management of all this. So that is our incineration capacity. And as far as autoclaves are concerned, we have 6 autoclaves with a capacity of 25 tons per day. To autoclave that, we have 4 shredders. See, all these things, see, okay, incinerators and autoclaves, we have good companies working on it. But rest of these things, let me tell you, we ourselves, we devised it indigenously, we worked on it, we did trial and error, we worked a lot on it. That's how we have 4 shredders, we have scrap sorting conveyor system, we have 3 scrap grinders with washing equipments, we have 2 hydraulic bundling machine, we have 2 bottle washing and sorting machines, we have an effluent treatment plant with a capacity of 450 kiloliters per day, and a sewage treatment plant with a capacity of 25 kiloliters per day. We have 136, because these are managed by doctors from across the state. We have 136 surveillance camera on a plant facility which is spread across almost 1 lakh square feet. And this is located at Palakkad, close to Malambura, on a 23-acre property which is away from human habitation. So we claim that we are a zero emission facility, and I would invite all of you to visit this. Because when we talk about biomedical waste, when we talk about waste, see, we have different images coming into our heads. What we see in Brahmapuram, what we see in Valapilshala, what we see all around the country. But let me tell you, the facility that we have, I'm openly vouching it, it's a paradise. We have beautiful gardens there, we have beautiful lawns there, and we make sure that no spillover takes place anywhere. So this is one facility I think all of you should visit. There's no doubt about it, and I would request CSIR NST to come look very closely into our facility and see what innovations you can make as far as biomedical waste management is concerned. And we collect the waste from 19,875 healthcare institutions with 73 GPS-enabled vehicles. And let me tell you the total, the cumulative kilometers. Doctor would say that, we're producing too much of carbon, but footprints, but the total kilometers that are run by our vehicles across the state per day is, hold your breath, 14,800 kilometers per day. We use the hub and spoke method where, we have smaller vehicles that go to each small clinic, the lab, the dental clinics, doctors' clinics, small hospitals, because major hospitals are all situated, they have got good accesses. These come to a central collection center at the district level where it is transported to a larger vehicle, and then all these vehicles come to our facility at Palakkad. So we operate on a hub and spoke, and 14,800 kilometers is what our vehicles ply on every day. So you can just imagine the costs involved in this, and still, Indian Medical Association being a voluntary organization, we managed to keep our costs down. And then we have this barcoded biomedical waste management system wherein the waste that's collected, each of the bags, unfortunately I don't have the figures of the number of bags, which runs into lakhs every day. Each of the bags is barcoded, it's scanned, it's weighed, so that we know each bag from which institution it's coming. And we do random checks for segregation. So if it's not because you have a red bag, it goes into the incinerator, you have an yellow, it goes for autoclaving. But if it's not segregated properly, we go back to the institution, we have a training wing. It's all done voluntarily. We go back to the healthcare institution, we train the staff there on proper segregation, collection and storage in their local facility, which will be taken care by our team. And during COVID, Kerala had the least of deaths as far as, when you go by the statistics across the country. And the entire COVID biomedical waste that was generated in Kerala was treated by our facility at Palakkad. And would you want to know in 1.5 years how many tons of COVID biomedical waste our facility at Palakkad disposed? 8,900 metric tons of COVID biomedical waste was treated by the Indian Medical Association at our Palakkad facility. And let me tell you, we have 746 employees working there, and not one of them was infected with COVID. So that obviously shows the kind of precautions we take and what care we take as far as the management of things is concerned. And we made sure that disposable COVID biomedical waste was not left in any of the healthcare institutions. It was collected and transported within 24 hours of its generation. So we were able to maintain a clean environment when patients walked into all our healthcare institutions across the state. And that obviously, of course, with the dedication and support that's given by the doctors and the government, we were able to contain the number of COVID deaths that we had during the COVID times. One request I have for CSIR is, the biggest challenge that Image faces is with regard to metal sharps. Of the 54 tons of biomedical waste that we collect every day, 30 tons go for, they are the red waste, they go for incineration. 20 tons go for autoclaving and then recycling. We shred it, break it into small pieces, plastics. But we have almost 1 ton of metallic waste, sharps, that's collected every day. And as per the Pollution Control Board prescribed norms, you need to make huge bunkers under the underground concrete bunkers, and then we need to store it there. I think on our facility at Palakkad, we will be having more than close to 1,000 tons of metallic waste. This is something, and it's stainless steel. So my request is that the CSIR should seriously work on it, how it can be recycled, and some technology that can be brought in, so that we will be able to come up with better solutions rather than waste it and store it in big, concrete wells in our facility. So this is an issue that would be faced by all the biomedical waste management facilities across the country. And each of the processes, let me tell you, other than incineration and autoclaving, there are a lot of pain points. I would request a team from CSIR to visit our facility at Image, and please go through our processes. See, that is the best place for you to learn, because that's considering the mammoth scale of operation that's going on there. All the pain points, whatever innovations that has to be done, we are open to it. We welcome you to be there with us. And also with regard to one point that Dr. Srinivas had mentioned about Atmanirbhar Bharat as far as medtech and health tech is concerned, the Indian Medical Association had taken on itself to build Kerala as a medical device hub of the country, and we had given a proposal to the government of Kerala to set up innovation centers and technology business centers in all medical colleges and dental colleges and healthcare institutions in the state. It's been well taken by the government, and I must also thank Dr. Sanjay for it, because they were also part of the demonstration showing their examples, and that's been taken, and there's a lot of interest from all the healthcare institutions in the state to set it up, because we want doctors also to be involved in medtech. So that's one thing we are doing. So it's an open invitation to all here. Please visit our facility at Palakkad, because it will change your concept about the way biomedical waste is managed, and at the same time it's an opportunity for us to come out with better innovations, better technologies, and obviously whatever technology we come up with, it has to be validated by and approved by the Central Pollution Control Board, because we are governed by the rules and regulations of the Central Pollution Control Board. And I would also like to thank Srikala Madam, because for the immense support that's been given by the Kerala State Pollution Control Board in our operations. So far, IMA has been running on our own with regard to the innovations that we are doing and all those things, but we want the best brains in the country from CSIR to come over and support us and come up with better technologies and better innovations, so that ultimately it's the patients and the medical community that is going to be saved and help benefited by it. So once again, thank you for this opportunity, for this moment for us to share what Image has been done, because we are a voluntary organization. Not many people know about the mammoth scale and the kind of operations we do, because we don't publicize. We just keep doing what we are doing, but we try to improve it. And once again, I humbly request, DG Madam's also there, please send a team to our facility at Palakkad, have a detailed study of all the process, and please try, especially the metal shops, that really needs to be looked into, because it's a very serious concern as far as we are concerned. And we are polluting the environment as well. It's not polluted because we have huge bunkers. I think the walls of our metal pits, the wall is around 1 foot width, concrete. So, but still it's a national waste unnecessarily doing that. So thank you so much, and best wishes to this conclave as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we begin next 2 weeks, team CSIR will visit your place, and thanks for giving us a new problem statement. So I hereby commit that CSIR will take up this particular problem statement, and we will work on it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, madam. Moving on, Shri M.S. Faisal Khan, a software engineer by education, was instrumental in setting up the Nurul Islam Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Foundation at Thiruvananthapuram. He also established Asia's first sustainable cardiology department, performing cardiac interventions powered by renewable energy. May I now invite Mr. Khan for a special address. Please, sir.
Most respected Dr. Kalai Selvi, Secretary, DSIR, Director General, Dr. C. Anandramishran, Sir, Director, CSIR, NIST, respected Dr. M. Srinivas, Dr. Sanjay Behar, Sir, most respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good morning to all. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the authorities for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this prestigious conference. As we know, the biomedical waste is a significant challenge for proper management and disposal for individual hospital. Common technique used for disposal of biomedical waste was with the help of incinerators, but it has been found that it can cause environmental pollution and serious health hazards. We are proud to know that CSIR NIST has developed an indigenous method for biomedical waste disposal without using incinerators, which can help to reduce environmental issues. Usually when we find a solution to a problem, we end up with some other consequences for which we need to find another solution, and it repeats. But this time, CSR has come out with a final solution of the eco-friendly biomedical waste management system. There is no success if any innovation comes to be of help to human and threat to nature, or help to nature and threat to human. The importance of science and research comes to need when nature and human is benefited in the same way. We are gathered here to witness the successful launch of the new invention of the most challenging issues what we face in decades. Dr. Anandrameshan sir visited our university and interacted our scholars and students. And in that day itself, we started the Technology Business Incubation Center, and successfully we are practicing lots of innovations and other activities in our university premises. And the scholars are repeatedly asking me to invite sir to come once again and conducting classes and other activities. And NIMS is the first hospital, we are proud to announce NIMS is the first hospital in India to marching towards the first net zero emission hospital. To set up the net zero emission means we have to make sustainability in everything. In our hospital needs 8,500 units a day, the electricity. We are reaching 4,500 units by solar and waste to energy power plant. So we are developing the first waste to energy power plant. It can solve nearly 8 to 10 ton waste, food waste to convert to electricity. And the second thing, water recycling system. We require 5 lakhs liters of water a day, and 3.5 liters water we are recycling with the natural, after the STP kind of things, after the filtration and all, we are recycling with the natural methods and all. So these are the techniques we are using, and we are going to be the sustainable friendly hospital, and we are planning to march towards to achieve the net zero emission by 2026. I take this opportunity to congratulate and the entire team of CSIR and team to coming forward this successful project. And also I am requesting the scientists and entire scholars of the CSIR to help our hospital to support to become the first net zero emission hospital in our country. Thank you, sir. And also I request you to purchase and install this biomedical system into our hospital. But nowadays, the individual can't run any kind of activities. Is very difficult in our state. We are very much happy to we are sending the waste last couple of years to the IMA. They have done very wonderful job. And most of the super specialty hospitals, they are coming in a very punctual time, and they are collecting in a very serious way. And also they have given a separate team for kind of training for our staff also. And anyway, these are the things. I am requesting the IMA people to take over this project, and also we can implement such kind of installations in your plant also. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Let me invite Shri J. Chandra Babu, Regional Director in charge of Biomedical Waste Management, Central Pollution Control Board, Bengaluru, for a special address.
Your respected Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good morning to everybody. Yeah, right from the morning I am trying to find out what are the points I can cover up. I was thinking, Dr. Anant Ramakrishnan sir will give me chance to say some. By time he has covered whatever I am thinking. Next, Dr. M. Srinivas sir, he started about the organization and all. He covered other points what I am thinking to say about aims and all. He also covered. And followed by Dr. Sanjay Bihari sir. He has covered up most of the aspects related to biomedical waste. Followed by other dignitaries of the dais. But still, at last I could able to some more points where I had to focus and tell you and caution you. You all know till 1998, we don't have any rules pertaining to biomedical waste management. With the intervention of Honorable Supreme Court in the matter of Dr. B.L. Vadera, Honorable Supreme Court has directed 50 and more bedded hospitals should have, all the hospitals should have their incinerators. Just think, at that time, there was a technology only called the incinerator. Therefore, Honorable Supreme Court has been given some feedback by the experts. Subsequently, Honorable Supreme Court has given the orders. Then, how to make it uniform all over the country. Therefore, the government of India has come out with rules called Biomedical rules in the year 1998. Over a period of time, we have gained we have experience and we have found lot of lacunas, and subsequently in the year 2016, the Biomedical rules 1998 were replaced with the Biomedical rules 2016. Earlier, when the no technology were there, best technology we had is the open burning. Even when I was a child, when I go to hospital, they used to burn all the waste. There is technology available. At that time, that is the best technology. Then the rules came, some technologies have been prescribed. The technology is like the deep burial, the open burning was replaced with deep burial. Followed by the other technologies came like incinerators, microwave, autoclave, and disinfection, etc. Any technology, if you don't operate as per the prescribed standards or the operating conditions, that is going to cause impact on the environment, including the human beings. Like incinerator or plasma balance, whatever it may be, if you don't operate the incinerator at the prescribed standards, it is going to cause the toxic emissions, like which includes the dioxin, mercury, and other the toxic elements. Mercury, you may surprise how mercury is going to come, because you are going to use the thermometers and the mercury-based thermometers and B apparatus. If it is broken, if that waste is not properly segregated, then it becomes a part of waste, and when you go for incineration, naturally that is going to become a part of environment in the form of emissions. There are so many problems, we all know, toxic, the elements are going to cause impact on the environment, which include dioxin if you adopt incinerators. Now, I should appreciate and congratulate the efforts of the CSIR NIST to coming out with the technology called transforming pathogenic biomedical waste into value-added soil additives. Now, it is not the prescribed technology. Any technology prescribed under the rules, biomedical rules, under Schedule 1, only has to be adopted by any person or any occupier or any common facility operator. As on date, this is not the approved technology. It is some technology has been evolved, for which I should congratulate, but this technology has to be validated, followed by the technology has to be notified by the Ministry of Environment and Forest under the EP Act. Then only any person or the generator of biomedical waste, which says indirectly called healthcare facility or company operator, can adopt this technology. Therefore, this is, as on date, this is not the approved technology. Therefore, what I feel is, when the technology is not approved, for conducting any trial runs also, you have to obtain authorization. Please kindly be careful. Don't even carry out any trials in your hospitals without obtaining authorization from the State Pollution Board. I was making query, madam, have they obtained any authorization? I don't know. Madam says, no, I am sorry, I don't know. Therefore, if you want to carry out any technology, trial operations also requires authorization. Please don't commit any such mistakes and don't give a chance to take actions against the hospitals. Your aim is to take care of the patient, not about other things, Therefore, don't give chances to take actions against you. Don't go up to the extent of taking actions against under Section 5 or under Section 15 of the EP Act. We don't want to take any actions against the hospitals, but still, and also don't give chance to take actions against your hospitals. Therefore, for adopting any new technology, kindly, for carrying out any trials, please kindly take authorization from the respective State Pollution Control Board wherever you want to carry out these trials. Secondly, the Rule 7 of Sub-Rule 5 of the Biomedical Waste Rules 2016 clearly states that any person or any healthcare facility or any conflict operator want to or intend to use any new technology other than prescribed under Schedule 1 of the rules have to seek approval from the central government in order to lay down the standards under the AP Act. Then only, and to notify that standard, then only it is required to be used by any technology. Therefore, what I request the NIST and CSI NIST is, kindly submit a detailed proposal to the Ministry of Environment and Forest, seeking to come out with the operating standards and to notify the standards. Then only it is possible for the any operator or any occupier to adopt the technology. So for which I request the director CSIR kindly to submit your detailed proposal indicating detailed the details about the technologies, what are the, before conversion of this waste into manure, what are the additives, what are the characteristics, what is the process involved, and what is the outcome of that product. And I feel so, without taking any approvals, I think this technology can be used directly in the slaughterhouses. I don't know whether you are tried or not. Please kindly, you can, where you do not require any approval, it does not require even disinfection also, I feel so, this technology can be used directly in the slaughterhouses in order to manage the liquid bloods and all, fluids and all. I think so that going to be a very good one. I think that is a direct solution for the slaughterhouse waste management. Secondly, I suggest come out with a proposal, submit to the Ministry of Animal Forest with request to come out with the operating standards, so that subsequently the CSR, the ministry is going to request CPCB to validate. See, for validation of any technology, we have got limited resources. I think so. Some committee has to be. Already one committee is there under the chairmanship of Dr. T.K. Joshi sir. I think so. I don't know whether this committee is exist or not. When I dealt the subject during the period 2009 to 16, the committee was there. They have evolved 3 or 4 technologies have been approved already, which includes dry heat sterilization, which is also a part of the rules now. Therefore, for helping CPCB, I request, there should be involvement of AIMS definitely. If it is carried out trial operations in AIMS, that would be better. And followed by, I think so, there should be some agricultural expert also should be there in order to assess the product which is going to give output of original activities, and what is the fate of that. If you use that products, what will be the fate in the public if the product is used directly, which has been where these activities have been used. I think 3 or 4 experts are required, of course, including the virology department also required. Once if you validate the product, definitely it is going to be a big solution. No doubt it is environment friendly technology, non-burn technology, but still validation is required. With these few words, I stop at this end and we can go with the actual program. Thank you all for giving this opportunity to me to express my views, please. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chandrababu sir. Slightly I wanted to clarify some of the things. One is that we well aware of that the whole process of bringing to the technology to the life, and we started develop the technology initially. It is not from the actual blood and sample. We are not allowed to do that. We have taken the model system. Then we given the sample to the Sri Chitra. There only we have done all the analysis. Then the soil analysis is done by the 2 agriculture universities. Then they given the report. Then we move on to the submit the whole request to the Central Pollution Control Board for taking this technology for the next stage, and we followed that, and they called us a meeting. We went, myself personally we went, and with the team of the scientists, we presented the whole technology, what is the in and out, what are the facts and figure, everything has been submitted to the Central Pollution Control Board. Even we submitted the report to the chairman of the Central Pollution Control Board. But till now, this equipment we are not used for the actual blood and sample. That's the one thing, because we can't do that as per the regulation and the legal requirements. That's what we want other medical institutions like AIMS or Sri Chitra. We want research purpose. We are not going to use actual ways to do the things. Now we wanted to do that actual sample, that test report we need. That's what we wanted to go for the AIMS or Sri Chitra or the NIMS. We need to study with the actual waste what is happening, actual sample. That data once is proven, that again the soil additive we need to do the same serial of test. Then this document again we will submit to that. We are well aware of the regulation, what is that. It has to be modified by the Environmental Forest Ministry. That has to be taken in the 2nd level of committee. We know full stage of the flow. One by one we are going, sir. But we want to make sensitize the whole stakeholders. Yes, such technologies are there. We can go for that. This one idea, we need more input from other stakeholders. They can also start doing the research on this. That's the idea what we are conducting here. Second, your suggestion is already we have taken into that. We have floated another OLP project under this, and we wanted to move on to that slaughterhouse waste. That is, we know that regulations are not much stopping us. So definitely that will work, no doubt about it. Already we have tried some of the mussels and other things, chicken and other wastes. This works very well. But our concern is mainly for going for such a medical waste. Then we don't want to compromise our technology for the slaughterhouse. This definitely work, but our solution is there. But the process takes, I know it not 1 year time to complete it. We know the Indian system, it takes years. That's what we are building one by one. We are putting full effort on this. Hope the support of yourself, as well as Central Pollution Control Board, everybody supports, because now we got almost 7 country request for this technology. Brazil's wanted to take this technology, other countries also talk to that our vendors. So we wanted to move on outside country as well, but we wanted to implement first in our nation, then we wanted to deploy it into other country. So we are working on it, all the aspect we are working on. We want a full-fledged support from the Central Pollution Control Board to make this process as quick as possible to reach out the society. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your suggestion.
Thank you, sir, for your words of clarification. While words cannot express our gratitude to our distinguished guests for taking time from their busy schedule and gracing this occasion, we request our director, Dr. C. Anandaramakrishnan, to honor our guests with a token of our gratitude and appreciation. To start with, our chief guest, Dr. M. Srinivas. Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Srimati Shrikala S, Shri J. Chandrababu, Dr. Pragya Yadav, Shri M.S. Faisal Khan, and Dr. Joseph Benavin. Thank you, sir. Let me now invite Dr. P. Nishi, Chief Scientist and Head Business Development Division, CSIR NIST, for the formal vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today to extend heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of Director NIST and the Organizing Committee of Biomedical Waste Management, Conclave, and stakeholders meet. We are deeply honored by your presence, participation, which has made this inaugural function a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Secretary, DSIR, DGCSIR, Dr. N. Kalaiselvi Madam, for gracing this occasion with her august presence and her invaluable support and guidance in organizing this conclave. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for motivating all in NIST and all in this hall. Thank you. We are deeply indebted to Dr. M. Srinivas, the Director of AIMS, for delivering the inaugural address. His insightful thoughts and words of wisdom have set a tone for the deliberations ahead and inspired us to strive for excellence in biomedical waste management. Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest of honors, Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director of Sri Chitira Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology, for your valuable presence and enlightening us as the real situation of medical waste from OT to the whole volume and expenditure and importance of thinking differently to solve the problem. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shrikala, Chairperson of Kerala State Pollution Control Board, for enlightening us the conditions of Kerala State biomedical waste inventory and caution us about the gap in that inventory. Thank you, ma'am, for your wishes and support to this program. Thank you. Dr. Pragya Yadav, Director of National Institute of Occupational Health, for sharing your expertise and insights with us. Your valuable conditions have enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities of biomedical waste management in laboratories as well as during the animal studies. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. We are grateful to Dr. Joseph Benavin, the State President of Indian Medical Association, for the special address. Sir, your perspective has added depth and relevance to our discussion, explaining the work of IMAGE and IMA in Kerala. Thank you, sir. Our gratitude is due to Sri Faisal Khan, MD of NIMS Medicity, and we are thankful for your unwavering support towards our cause and especially for the net zero environment and institution. Thank you, sir. A special mention of gratitude to Sri Chandrababu, the Regional Director of Central Pollution Control Board, for insightful message. Your words of encouragement have motivated us to multiply our efforts in ensuring effective medical waste management system at prescribed standards, methods, after a validation and approval. Thank you, sir. Our sincere appreciation to the eminent speakers and panelists who have come here to share their knowledge and expertise with us. Your contributions will be instrumental in shaping the discourse and fostering collaborative efforts towards sustainable solutions. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the representatives of our industry partner, Messrs. Biovasum, for their participation and support. Your commitment to innovation and excellence in biomedical waste is commendable, and we look forward to continued collaboration in this important endeavor. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to all the delegates, participants, volunteers, and staff members who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conclave a grand success. Your dedication and enthusiasm have been the driving force behind this event, and we are truly grateful for valuable contributions. Thank you once again to everyone present here today. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and commitment fostered during this conclave and create healthier and safer environment to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you all. Dr. Joseph, I already wrote a message to Dr. Anantharamakrishna that what CSAR should do. So Anantharamakrishna, I can check your WhatsApp message. So what and all CSAR should do is already written to you. So we have taken your words very seriously, Dr. Joseph, and we will definitely start working with you and working for you. Thank you so very much. Thanks all of you. Have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. That brings us to the end of the inaugural session. We hope you have enjoyed and thank you for being with us today. Please rise for the national anthem.
शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय
Tea is arranged in the canopy towards my right. Please Welcome back. We are starting with the technical session. The first panel discussion is on significance of scientific biomedical waste management, focusing on pathogenic waste, pandemics and emerging infections. The chair of the session is Dr. Pragya Yadav, co-chair Dr. Bimal Kumar Das, moderator Dr. K.V. Radhakrishnan, and the panelists include Colonel Dr. Sudhir, Dr. Vishnu and Dr. Lisi Vincent. I welcome all the panelists, chair, co-chair and moderator to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. So this is our first panel discussion, and as all of you know, the panel discussion is entitled Significance of Scientific Biomedical Waste Management, focus on pathogenic waste, pandemics and emerging infections. I would like to welcome our chair, Dr. Pragya Yadav, Director, National Institute of Occupational Health, Nagpur. Welcome to this panel discussion. And co-chair Dr. Bimal Kumar Das, AIIMS New Delhi, and Colonel Dr. Sudhir Anath, Military Hospital Trivandrum, Dr. Vishnu V.Y., AIIMS New Delhi, and Dr. Lisi Vincent, KIMS Trivandrum. Welcome to this. So there has been a lot of discussion about biomedical waste management already. I think there is no need to discuss why it is important. So biomedical waste management is a critical aspect of healthcare. and environmental safety, to be frank, and playing a vital role in protecting public health, preserving the environment, that is the second part of it, and preventing the spread of infectious diseases. And as all of you know, during 2018, during this pandemic, we have understood the significance of effective biomedical waste management, and it has been underscored during pandemics and outbreaks of emerging infections, and where the volume of pathogenic waste skyrockets, increasing the risk of disease transmission. So, to come to the context of today's discussion, for the benefit of those who are attending this conclave, biomedical waste encompasses a wide range of materials discarded from healthcare facilities, clinics, dental practices, laboratory and research centers, and veterinary clinics also. This waste is not just limited to syringes, bandages, and body fluids, but also includes discarded diagnostic samples, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. So, among the various types of biomedical waste, pathogenic waste is particularly concerning due to its potential to cause disease. So, the importance of this panel, the goal of this panel is to explore and discuss effective strategies, innovative technologies which are used in your career or in your organization, and with the key discussion points which we can deal into the current challenges, best practices, innovations and technologies. So to start with, let me now invite Dr. Pragya Yadav to start the discussion, who is heading a unit where as a director in National Institute NIOH Nagpur, where she is having, madam is having a BSL-3 and BSL-4 facility. So can you describe the most significant challenges your organization has faced in managing biomedical waste, especially during recent pandemics such as COVID-19?
Thank you so much, and thank you all of you to come back after the tea, which was it was very interesting tea break. So, so I am head of a biosafety level 4 facility in ICMR National Institute of Virology, Pune. This is the only one BSL-4 facility available in India and also in Asia before China made one of BSL-4 in Wuhan in 2014. So from the beginning, the first challenge was to establish a system, which I was trying to explain in my earlier presentation, that you have to have a system from where when we say BSL-4, it means you are talking about all deadly diseases, and what is the need of doing work on deadly diseases, because you want to know, you want to understand them, you want to study in animal for doing pathogenesis study, or if you are developing a vaccine, you would like to do preclinical study in a small animal, non-human primates, and then you will challenge with the virus. Moreover, if there is an outbreak of any unknown or known high-risk group of pathogen, you would like to bring those samples, do the virus isolation, and try to make diagnosis assay, which is the main priority for any new disease whenever happen. And you must be knowing that ICMR National Institute of Virology, Pune, is always at forefront, being apex facility of ICMR to respond to any viral outbreaks. So in past, the first and most comment of any biocontainment facility is to assure that none of infected material are should be coming out from a facility in a way that it can cause infection to either human being or animal, or anyhow or neither released to air, water, or in the form of waste. To assure that, what we do in a regular, which you also have seen in the hospital setting, that you autoclave all the waste. You do the chemical treatment of the waste, and also we do the incineration. So these are the three very important. And when I say that waste, it could be a very large bunky case. It could be a smallest unit as a needle or even, but during the pandemic, the major challenge was a large number of samples. So for example, you must be knowing that NIB Pune worked with Bharat Biotech to make the co-vaccine, and for that we were trying to do virus isolation. So when we do the virus isolation, many times use cell culture and also use the animal model. So these are all become your byproduct which you need to do decontamination. So in this process, if you process, for example, 10,000 sample or 20,000 sample, which is coming from the patient sample, and they will be different kind of sample. It could be blood, throat swab, nasal swab, stools. So all these sample, you use a proportion of the sample, you store some of the sample as a backup, but large number of the sample and all the research material in this process has to be discarded. So imagine there was a time in India that we were testing 2 lakh samples per day. So how many people samples were collected, and how many syringe, needle, and then a PPE and everything if we count, that goes a huge kind of proportion of the waste. But if I talk about the biocontainment facility or our BSL-2 facility, which is now more than 3,000 laboratories we have across the country for COVID diagnosis, which was emerged during the challenges of pandemic. Earlier we had only 100 VRDL laboratory, and after the pandemic now we have 157 VRDL laboratory, and each and every sector that includes CSIR, ICMR, DBT, DST, everybody was pulled in this effort to enhance the capacity of India, and we have laboratory across the country. But if I talk about the disease which we handle, they are deadly diseases. For example, Nipah, monkeypox, including Ebola or Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. And so these diseases, when we are doing, we are using highest quantum of the virus, and they are very dangerous. So if anybody get exposure, if it leak from the facility, it will cause a lot of trouble. One of the example I would give, when pandemic started, China was constantly blamed because people said that virus was leaked from the facility, maybe people got infected within facility while handling the virus, while doing the research. So this is one of the primary commitment of the government of India, that whatever we do in such facility, it has been done in a way that it should be safe. So in this process, you have to establish many standard operating procedures, and also the method, so that whatever material come out, either it's the water, air, waste, anything, it should be autoclave, it should be treated, and then only it can go. So in a BSL-4 facility, nothing is given outside. So it has to be treated within the facility and taken care. But if it is a BSL-2 facility, we do give lot of waste material for the treatment facility. But there are certain challenges which I would like to tell you. When the samples come, they come in a tertiary boxes where you have first layer, second layer, third, and you keep your sample inside. When you open these boxes inside the BSL-4 facility, how you discard these thermocol boxes? So that is another big challenge, that you can't autoclave. If you autoclave, they will melt and they will destroy your whole autoclave system. So you need to find out. So we started doing chemical treatment, and these boxes, you can imagine how many thousand of the boxes come if the pandemic like situation is there. So we, as somebody from Kerala mentioned, Mr. Joseph mentioned, you have this metal challenges. Similarly, in the waste disposal, you have the carcasses of animal, beddings, and also the animal material after the preclinical challenge studies of animals. So you need to dispose them in a way that first you autoclave all the material. But if, for example, if I am doing a preclinical study on Nipah virus, and I am trying to do a monoclonal, and first I give my monoclonals, and then I infect with the virus, and at the end of the experiment, I am going to euthanize all the animals. And these all byproduct of this experiment, either it's blood or all the material, has to be first autoclave. But after that, what I do? Can I give my material to a PMC for disposal? I can't do that. So we generally go for the use it. So incineration is not an option now for us. So we use this tissue digester, which we do. But if I calculate all the load of pandemic which we handle in hospitals, laboratory, pathology laboratory, you can imagine how much ton of the waste. And we just heard the number of the only Kerala 1.5 years, the ratio of the waste which is generated. So if you imagine across the country how much waste we can generate. So this was one of the pandemic where we did what we had, but for future coming a pandemic, we should be prepared better. If I give examples of many diseases where the waste disposal is one of the major reason for not only transmitting infection from human to human, but there is a possibility also these waste material can infect animals and then they can start zoonosis, where from animal to human they can transfer, or from animal to if you are infected, for example, you can also pass on to animals, which is called reverse zoonosis. And that is why, to address all these points, the institute which I was mentioning, the National Institute of One Health, which is being it has to be made. It is still not made. It's just lab. The training is done. It will be an institute where we have BSL 2 facility, 3 facility, and 4 facility, and all aspect of One Health will be addressed. So when I am going to address all aspect of One Health, it means I will generate all kind of waste. And if we have some better solution, where we can not only address the human clinical samples, but animal and also the environmental sides, how we are going to do. More importantly, we also need to understand that this was one of the pandemic, but we also know that there was many pandemic in the past. And if I give one of the example of bubonic plague, where 52% population died because of the plague. So you can imagine the kind of infection it has must cause to the village people, and there was no awareness of PPE, protection, treatment. And so we are in age of 21st century. I think we must use all the innovation modes to address these issues, so that we can address and we can do better in coming up any future outbreaks or pandemic. Thank you.
May I add one more question? You are talking about the tissue digestion. After that, how do you dispose that digested tissue?
So it actually mixes with the cold water, and then slurries, it goes to the STP plant, and then it go for gardening. So that's how. So it's like many-fold diluted cold, and then it can go. But there is another challenge. Sometime, if you imagine, sometime your autoclave doesn't work, then what you do? So you have to have a backup plan to take care of that waste. And in case if your all electronic gadget fail, then what you do? So those kind of thoughts also should be discussed in case of emergency. So if we are, for example, CSIR is planning this unit, if you also need to think, if one mode of the operation by electricity or any method fail, can we have some backup as well? So that was us. I just wanted to tell.
That's a very good point. So today we have with us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So today we have with us two doctors from AIIMS, New Delhi, and I would like to hear from our co-chair, Dr. Bimal Kumar Das. So Delhi is waste affected during the pandemic crisis. So from traditional waste management practices, how did you cope up during that time?
Yeah, I work in a diagnostic lab, that's microbiology department. So we are the department who handles all kinds of biological specimens. First, I'd like to emphasize that because we are working in a hospital setting, the drug resistance bacteria are very, very important.
Yes.
Especially the multi-drug resistance, tuberculosis or multi-drug resistance, salmonella infection, typhoid fever, and the hospital-acquired infection like Acinetobacter in the individual who are hospitalized.
Yes.
So these drugs, these bacteria have a capacity. Their genome is very plastic. They can pick up DNA molecule from the surrounding.
Yes.
So that's how the antibiotic resistance spread across the whole hospital within a probably 6 weeks to 6 months. One of the example you probably already have read about, the NDM1, which was a couple of years back, probably early 2000. There was a scare that India is the place where the NDM1, and it gave a lot of bad name, specifically targeting the health tourism. So the multi-drug resistance bacteria, as well as XDR, the extensively resistant tuberculosis or other bacteria, the hospital strain normally stays in the hospital because they are drug resistant strain. But sometimes, probably because of the break in how these biological waste is treated, some of these escape to the community. For example, say extended spectrum beta-lactam is resistant, or the beta-lactam resistance antibiotic strains of E. coli or Klebsiella quite keeps coming frequently from the community. So that is one of the point probably where the break has taken place, and because probably the reason will be one of the point where the biomedical waste were probably not discarded appropriately. And talking about the COVID-19, because the first and second year, 22 and part of the 2021, there is a massive increase in the number of individuals. As you must have seen already in the TV, the kind of emergency that we had. So in one of the doctors, I think Dr. Sudhir has mentioned, it takes about 45 minutes to wear multiple layers of all the universal protection things that you need to wear. It takes 45 minutes, and the donning and donning off the second. So it has created a huge amount of. So we had to upscale our the biomedical waste as a premier institute at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. It is mandatory to have a contract with the biomedical according to the guidance of government's rule. So we already have that in the place. Plus, as a part of the NABL guidelines, because now the NABL as well as both the NABH requires that the biomedical waste is a very important essential component. So you need to follow that. So we had to upscale our the facilities that we had. Initially, probably per patient we had about half a kilo to point probably about 800 grams of biomedical waste from one individual. But during the COVID, it got uploaded up to maybe 2 kg per individual. So we have suppose we have a 300 or 400 bedded hospital specifically for say COVID-19. So you can imagine the amount of trash biomedical waste that we generated. So we had to upscale our incineration capacity. Then we had to acquire newer microwave machines, then plasma pyrolysis. So these whole the whole infrastructure needed to be upscaled. One of the highlight I will also like to mention here that this vaccination process of the COVID-19, as well as majority, if we are not careful about how we are disposing the vaccine, the residual vaccine material, those material contains live organism or recombinant nucleic acid. So if it percolates to the one of the example could be a polio, it's a live polio virus vaccine that has been released into the surrounding, then it combines with the polio vaccine is an attenuated strain. But when it combines with the wild type strain, it causes a polio, it forms a recombinant vaccine wild type virus, and that is able to cause polio. So that is one of the I guess major issues with the live or recombinant vaccine, because this becomes available if we are not treating the biomedical waste appropriately. In the morning, I think Dr. Sudhir mentioned about the prion story, because those are the very, very special conditions that we need to treat it and consider it very carefully. Therefore, the guidelines for the biomedical waste management according to 2016 is very, very strict, and if you have a hospital, you must follow that, follow those guidelines absolutely to the point. And in addition to this, now the NABL, any laboratory that runs in the giving say diagnostic services has to be NABL accredited, or even NABH hospital has to be NABH accredited. So in this kind of situation, it is essential that we must have a guidelines and follow the guidelines to the absolutely to the rules and regulation of the biomedical waste treatment facility having it. And I think we need to properly follow it.
So in AIMS, are you doing a centralized pathogenic waste disposal or decentralized one?
Well, for the laboratories, we have a centralized connection. Plus, for the hospital from different ward, the waste, biomedical waste are segregated according to the guidelines that we have 2016. They are collected by the individual who have been vaccinated for hepatitis B, etc. And they are barcoded, the bags are barcoded and they are tracked to the point of collection, and subsequently they, if it is more than 48 hours, then they are kept at a very isolated area where, say, the stray animals or individuals are not, the patients are not exposed to. And they subsequently at a particular point, at 2 times in the morning as well as in the afternoon, the individual will come and barcode them, and then subsequently they will be, for the diagnostic laboratory like ours, where we deal with a large amount of different agars, microbial products, those are infected, those are decontaminated locally by autoclaving in a non-chlorine wax, and subsequently collected by the biomedical waste, and they're transported for, as of now, they're transported for incineration, but we're looking forward to having this technology where we can use these the waste product as a greenhouse treatment or something like this. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, sir. We will continue with AIMS New Delhi. Sir, Dr. Vishnu, can you touch upon what are the current challenges you are facing right now in the biomedical waste disposal level?
Thank you, sir. As a neurologist, I'm a clinical neurologist. So when we talk about Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So as a neurologist, if you ask about biomedical waste management, first thing, what Sanjay Bihari sir also told is about prion diseases, because that is something which we are all worried about, because it's a disease which has no treatment. And unfortunately, there is no way to detect it in India also. There is no test. Nobody is doing any detection test in India. And unfortunately, you cannot send sample outside. I mean, we tried to collaborate with UCL and to send some samples to test, because once you make a diagnosis, it's a death sentence to the patient. You say that you have CJD means you are sending the patient home. So there's nothing else to do. So most of the time what happens is most of these patients are treated as autoimmune encephalitis because you can't confirm the diagnosis, and later on in 2-3 months you will know that this one. So initially when the initial prion diseases came, there was a lot of, I was at PGI Chandigarh at that time during my residency time, and there was a spurt of cases. A lot of sisters in ward refused to see the patients, so that there is this is infectious or not. So there had to be a lot of convictions and a lot of counseling to be done to say that okay, they are not infectious patients as such. Only when their the tissue has been in direct contact with another human tissue, then only it to be done. So because nobody biopsies them. If you accidentally biopsy them, the whole lab has to be, equipment has to be discarded. There has been instances where in UK and all, the instances of patient-to-person transmission after surgical equipments have been shared. Means even after autoclaving everything, the same equipment has been used on 2 patients. One patient without knowing that it is CJD, and later on the next patient got it. So something of that sort is there. So problem with now it is that so ultimately in biomedical waste management, the ideal gold standard is you follow the law of thermodynamics, right? No energy goes waste, everything goes back to the nature. That's the ideal scenario that we want. But when we say that ultimately is going back to the nature, we should make sure that nothing harmful is going back to the nature. So in prion disease, the problem is if you're not autoclaving it to the criteria that it needs to be done, you are sending back to the nature, then especially when you don't know that prion exists or not, you're not testing anything for prion, you don't know what you're sending back to the nature. You have never tested it. You don't have a facility to test it in the whole country. So in AIMS we see a CJD case, suspected clinical CJD, MRI, EEG, clinically suspected CJD at least once at least a month. So that's the one, at least one, I see at least once a month. So my colleagues also might be seeing most of them. So that much cases exist in the community. So all these patients have been treated in some hospital, all these biomedical waste are going to some biomedical waste management, all these are going back to the nature. So that part exists. So we need to find out some solution to that, so that the current existing biomedical management system should include the procedure to do waste management for, there's a separate autoclaving procedure for prion diseases. If you know that this is a prion disease, it has to be 120 degrees for more period of time. There's a separate protocol for that. That we will do only when you know that you have managed a prion disease. We don't use it universal. There is no universal precaution for prion disease at this point of time. That is something, is a challenge for a neurology practice, for my personal practice also, that is a challenge. And during the COVID times, if you were asking about the COVID times, I was in the COVID ICU, managing at the peak of when the Delhi health system literally collapsed. There is no harm, there is no shaming saying that our health system collapsed in Delhi at that time. There was time when our colleagues, our doctors didn't get a bed in AIIMS. Who were working in AIIMS, who got sick didn't have a bed, we couldn't get free a bed. I mean, it was a very traumatic experience for me as a COVID ICU in charge. When you have 10 patients on hand ambu in the ward, 4 are some residents' parents, 4 are some faculty's parents. There will be 1 bed coming emptying in the ICU. You have to choose which patient to get to ICU. So it is always better to be on the other side begging for a bed than to be on this side giving a bed to the other side. So amount of waste and every time that we used to go to the ICU, amount of the PPE kits used to wear. For 1 round, it takes around 100 patients you have to manage. 1 round itself, if we start from here to end, it will cost 3 hours. Then get out anywhere, then after 3 hours, again come back with the same PPE. The amount of waste, amount of biomedical waste generated was humongous at that point of time. So all these waste after incineration, I hope in Delhi it is not going back to the whole landmine that we have, our notorious landmine that Delhi has. It's going to reach half the Everest size, but at least I hope that all these are not dumping back to the same old landmine there. So we need, ultimately, everyone has to be self-sufficient. An equipment like this, if it is successful, it can be validated that it is safe to go back to the nature. Each hospital is becoming self-sufficient in those things. That's the only solution. I mean, Trivandrum has a classical example of Velapishala is there. So in especially Malayalis, because I am also Malayali, so we keep our house clean, put all our waste on the next and someone else clean. So on your own. So that thing we have to move away from that. We need to, in every hospital, if we can manage their own biomedical waste by their own, that's the realistic world we have to move on. Rather than going one humongous sender for every solution for all, we need to have a miniature solutions at your own place.
Decentralized, you are talking about decentralized. Thank you, Dr. Vishnu. And we have with us Colonel Dr. Sudhir from Military Hospital. He's a person who has worked all over the country, from Himachal, now he is in Trivandrum. So let us hear from his case stories, how about the management in different states and how it is here now, right now. And
good afternoon. Yeah, actually, when I came for this biomedical waste management, like it was like a thing which of the past, because I have seen all the things what used to be, like initially it used to be open burning. We ourselves, when we were youngsters in the hospitals, we have done that, burning of openly burning waste. Then we moved on to a more sort of, I would say, a better method of deep burial and, closed burning. And then finally, as Sir had brought out from the pollution control, that in 1998, the government sanctioned incinerators. So like big spans, like incinerators bloomed everywhere without, actually thinking even our hospitals had incinerators, so which we thought was the best. And we all, started burning all our waste, because segregation was not that time an important thing. So we started burning things, and what was the outcome was that we never had anything to monitor about it, how to go about it. And finally, a lot of unburnt or poorly combustible waste were taken out, and these were discarded as, completely safe. And these were discarded at completely safe waste, and then, deep burial for sharps. Now at least here IMA has got a concrete stuff, but otherwise it generally, if you go to any hospitals and dig up around the area, you will find so much of waste lying, sharps lying inside this. And another issue what we had faced was, disposing of unused medicines, because there are so many medicines which you have been procured and which have outlived their life, and because of certain government policies like to get it written off as a loss to the state, there's a procedure which you need to follow, and following that procedure takes at times a year plus. So this entire batch of medicine is lying in your store unattended. Sometimes rodents come, they take, they have, caused infliction on these. So all these kind of waste we have seen. And finally, when I came here to Trivandrum, that IMA image, which I saw a sea change, which is one of the best methods I've seen, because other places, even in places like Lucknow or any other places, we don't have a, since now the regulation is that we should have a central treatment facility, and like the Director General Armed Forces Medical Services has been treated as a state for biomedical waste and for organ transplant. So we have to follow the Central Pollution Control Board norms, and I'm telling you, we strictly follow that as much as we can. And most of our biomedical waste in across the countries are outsourced to agencies. So our responsibilities, as far as we are concerned, is initial segregation and temporary storage, and from there the outsourced company takes over. So I can really cannot comment on what happens beyond that, but here at least in Trivandrum, image I can say, because it is a very vibrant setup they have, and we have a communication, and they gave us a feedback. In fact, if there is something wrong, as the Dr. John had told, like they tell the institute that this is where your fault lies, and they in fact impart training. So I think that is a very good setup. Besides this, one thing I feel is like the education of the people who are dealing with the bio waste is mandatory, because we leave it to a different class of employees who are not trained, and who does not know the significance of what they are dealing with. Yes. So we need to actually educate them, tell them the pros and cons of how to go about it. I think if we start at that base level, we can manage, because most of you must have heard of waste management theory. The waste management theory is actually an inverted pyramid. Which is of the pyramid is at the top. Otherwise, the pyramid is generally a pyramid is pointed at the top. Here, it's an inverted pointer, and the biggest challenge is prevention, and segregation, recycle, reuse, then treatment, disposal. That is, the disposal is at the bottom. So it's a very small factor which we need to address. Actually, we need to address the prevention part of it, and education and training part of it. That's what I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have very nicely explained about it. So now coming back, now we have Dr. Lizzie Vincent from KIMS Trivandrum. So I would like to ask you some of the points, especially the effective strategies you have implemented at KIMS. And you can add on to that, even then you may be having some challenges also. Can you touch upon those challenges also?
Thank you, sir. Actually, in KIMS, we have a system where we train all the staff, irrespective of whichever cadre they join, how to segregate the waste, where it should be put, and all those things will be taught together. Not like I'm a doctor, I'm joining, and a housekeeping staff who joins will have separate. It will be uniform to all the staff. Even probably the security will be trained in that way. So that if somebody sees a cotton or something, where it should be exactly put and how to be handled will be taught. Second measure we have taken is we have vaccinated all the staff in KIMS. I could assure at least 98 to 99% of staff are vaccinated against Tdap, then hepatitis B, and the food handlers for typhoid. Influenza, recently there was a search and we give influenza for all the people who can come in direct contact with the patients, including the pharmacy and radiology people. So this is one strategy. As far as I'm the head of the department for family medicine over there, okay? I worked in emergency also. So this is what we implemented for the past. It was there from the beginning, but now we have made it very stringent that everybody has to go through it. And we follow up and give the vaccination so that we can prevent the transmission of infection also. That's one measure. Third thing, if there is a flaw, wherever we have, if I'm going and I see a needle on a patient couch, we have to report it immediately to the infection control, and they will look at the people who all are involved in that patient care. And then this will be addressed as a group. Where it happened, how it has to be discarded, and what was the source. And whenever there is an infection, again it will be like a needle stick injury or something, again it will be traced back, and it's a central reporting system we have. And regarding the biomedical, again we have separate segregation rooms where each green, yellow, red and black, everything will be kept separately and given to image, and some of the part they are handling in KIMS itself, sir.
Okay. What type of things you are handling on your own?
That we have a separate department, and Anish and Ruben are here. Probably they are better persons to tell that.
So when you take the example of KIMS, you have all facilities. But when it comes to the government medical colleges and all those things where there is no bed sometimes, and then there will be, so what is your suggestion to improve that type of medical?
First thing, sensitize the people, because as a preventive step, if we start at home, nowadays we do blood sampling even at home, like you are checking your blood sugars, and some point of care devices are there. How to handle this? This is again comes into the biomedical waste, and mostly it will be put together with the food and other things and go out. And we don't know who all have other infectious disease which is there. And this thing actually will be handled by the normal workers. Now green revolution people are there, so those people will only handle. Those are people from the lower socioeconomic status, most of the thing, who have not got any training how to handle this. So this is one way of transmission to the society. If I think as a family medicine person, I'll tell, okay, educate them how to handle these things. Educate the common man or the people how to discard the things whichever you are using for medical purposes, including the medical, we have ampules, bottles, then we have medicine strips, all these we have to educate. When it comes to the hospital, again, now at every hospital, even the casualty, we have boards where we have kept the bins which are colored with the labels which can be put. Most of the place if you go, it will be in English. Okay? So put at least the regional languages there. There the people can know, okay, if I have to put a cotton, yes, I have to put in this bin. So that is another. And if there is a spill, they should be aware that they shouldn't try to clean, and they should tell the concerned people over there so that they can took. These things can prevent half of the transmission. And the biomedical waste, once it is segregated properly, yes, we have a system in Kerala where the image takes care of. Even the clinics or consultation places has to be attached with image before you get the license.
Thank you. Thank you. So now in the first round, we have already covered the current challenges and some of the best practices. So coming to the innovation and technologies, my question is to Chair Madam Dr. Pragya, and what innovative technologies or solutions you would like to see developed to improve biomedical waste management?
So as one you have tried, that's wonderful. But I think, and we got one suggestion also in the first session itself to treat the metals. But I think the major waste from all the clinics, hospitals, and the infrastructure is the plastic. So we need to find out the innovation ideas to take care of the plastic, which is actually highest quantity of the waste is the plastic, and then metals. So I think we are not much concerned about cottons and those materials which can be easily destroyed, but the cotton and also the toxic materials, metals, they are the major challenges. But at the same time, we also need to address that how so there are a lot of research is being done, some of the CSR Institute to degrade these plastic using different bacteria and other mineral, but that is still on the research and development mode. If we can take them and utilize them in making something which is useful, and many places I came to know that they are using for the road and other constructions to be made. So the plastic waste has to be addressed by innovation. But prior to that, we are doing shedding. In most of the institutions, the plastic is gloves, and so many things. We first do the shedding, and then we hand over to the local authorities for taking care of that. But though the pollution board has established a regulation, and many states follow. In Maharashtra also we have a clear-cut guideline, and if you don't follow, they will actually block your institute, and they won't allow you to work on those aspects. So the rules are there, but some of, like Kerala has a very good model which presented. Maharashtra state has a very good system to do the dispose. Even household waste is segregated at the source, and if you don't do it, nobody will take your waste, and the society will be refused to collection. So I think, but I remember few years back in Maharashtra we had major problem, stockpile of household waste around the city at different places. But they took a very serious decision, and then now it is quite sorted. Every day waste is disposed. And they are also, which we see that they are promoting the waste which can be taken care at the society level, at a local level, where they can just compose of and then use for the growing plants and others. So we also need to look at these biomedical waste, how we can convert these material in a way which can be reused, recycled. So that is the main actually mantra to reduce, because we know that we can't get rid of all the waste. This is not only problem here, but we are also throwing a lot of waste in sea, and which is a major pollution now, and which is causing death of so many marine animals, and we don't know how we are going to address those issues. We are working now cleaning of the rivers, because all these waste is going in the rivers. So first we create the waste, then we try to address by cleaning and other methods, but actually if we don't reduce, so the first is reduce and then reuse and then recycle. So these three things is the one, but there are certain things which we cannot definitely reduce, we have to use. Then we have to find innovative ideas to, for example, I was saying the plastic degradation, metal degradation, convert them in something usable. So that could be one of R&D areas for in India, because Government of India is promoting a large number of startups across the country, where we are doing a lot of innovations now. So I think by this conclave we have raised a very, very important point, why we don't increase the innovation in these areas, where why we don't replace the autoclave machines with something else, because even autoclave machine takes so much energy, electricity and power, and they are all constant threat. If they get blast or something happen, then they can blow all the area. So these are the second thing, that what other innovation, we use a lot of chemicals to dispose these, and these chemicals are really very harmful, and we are discarding chemicals and all the material and going to our water sources. How we can even replace these harmful chemicals with something more degradable kind of chemicals, which can be, even if it go to our water sources in the rivers and sea, it won't harm. So I think we need to address these certain points in future, and now actually we should start thinking now, then only we can address.
We are already late, actually.
Yeah, we are already late. Yes, we are already late.
And
that's for
coming
sure.
to the plastic, madam, thank you, ma'am. Plastic, it is going to sea, and it is polluting the soil, and it is all coming back to us also through food, because nanoplastics are coming in vegetables and many things. So I don't know where we are heading now. I mean,
another example I give, I was telling in the car also, now there is a data has come up where we are seeing the emergence of many diseases, which is somewhere in the glaciers, Antarctic, they were sleeping because they are frozen. But as the global warming is happening and now it is melting, so these pathogens are waking up, and in this process in Antarctica, we human beings, we have reached there, we have contaminated, and we left the footprints of the avian influenza and other pathogens. Now a large number of penguins and other these animals are dying. So we are the one who create the problems. So I think now is our time to also find out the solution to address these issues.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, in fact, all these organisms, like whether it is plants or humans or any organism, they have a mechanism to filter out all those things, a genetic mechanism. But the pollution is so much that genetic thing has disrupted. If you read the recent Down to Earth magazines and all, it gives a very good account how the pollution has increased so much that the plants or the animals' capacity to filter out all these toxins getting into our body, that has deteriorated. So coming, I will come back to coming to
Yeah, one of the good examples that you mentioned about, say, disappearance of certain species. For example, in a place like Delhi or even most of the in North India, you will not see vultures because of the antibiotics, etc. The whole vulture population has decreased to a significant number. Yeah. The another important point that I want to highlight is that lot of plastics, reusable plastics, that goes as a medical waste are pilfered by the spurious agents, and they are major cause of concern for everyone because they most of the time may be contaminated with hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV, and so on and so forth. So that is one of the way to probably stop that will be pilfering, will be to barcode every biomedical waste bag that you have, and you can actually track them to the point of the end. Subsequently, I also just on a technical point, the as far as your the process of converting them into the soil, I hope that you also have in a place to check the end product for any kind of nucleic acid material from the bacteria, viruses.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because this needs to be validated, because as you mentioned, if the plastic can get into human, it is easy for the nucleic acid that is present in the human picked up by the bacteria, because some of these bacteria have plastic genome, so they can pick up anything. So it will be very important that before your process of the end product has to be certified that it is free of any kind of recombinant DNA molecules or bacteria or viruses. Because many a time when you treat them with the, this is a technical point, I'm just saying, I'm sure you probably have already processed this information, because organic material itself in the body, when you treat them with the chemical, they cause a protective layer over the, so it may be difficult to treat them to the 100%. So that is one of the points that you need to make sure that the end product that you are utilizing for the, say, as a fertilizer or something, so that has to be free of any kind of, so that validation process has to be there.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Vishnu, can you add on to that? What type of new technology you want to see?
Sky is the limit for your innovation, right? So we human beings are trying to become an interplanetary species and trying to go to Mars. Somebody was saying, I think Neil Tyson or something, I think it's much more cheaper to keep our planets safer than trying to go to Mars. So the amount of research that should go into this is much more minuscule compared to what we are going to face in the next century. So if the amount of the research that should go into this, to, as Madam told, the amount of things that we are putting into sea and rivers, and trying to finally, after causing everything and trying to change it, if something is done to prevent those things happening. For example, the nanoparticles and the microplastics. Recently, that a New England Journal paper came from the US, when they looked at the carotid arteries and looked at the endarterectomy, they got microplastics and nanoplastics from the arteries of a human being. So it has reached till your carotids. It's not much to go into your brain also. So I mean, we have polluted our environment so much that it has reached inside the body. So if it has reached so much of protective layers of a human body. Imagine among the lesser animals across the world how much it would have entered and infiltrated into their system. So our innovations I think one of the things is amount of funding that goes into this research. This is not considered as a very hi-fi or the flashy research part of it, and it needs to be shown to the authorities and to the government and who are the funding agencies that this area needs more innovations, so that ultimately something has to come out. We can sit here and say that, I can sit here and say that, okay, the universal solution is, okay, one machine clears off everything. Okay, that's easy, one for solution for all. But that's not going to happen. But as Madam told, plastic is a major issue. Plastic and metals. And I think in a hospital setting, at least these are the two, sharps and plastics are the two major things. Others can be reasonably handled. But these are the two things which are occurring in a large quantity and which you can't do anything. As Sir also told, most of the hospitals, if you dig up old hospitals, if some hospitals who have been redundant and stopped, if there have been someone else have bought that property and tried to build something else in that, and they dug up the land, there have been a lot of surprises in the hospital premises. So this was our biomedical practices much here. Even now, I think sharps, much of the sharps in outside, I mean not in Kerala, much of the outside Kerala, much of the sharps may be going into the hospital premises in the underground. Nowhere else, no one else is taking those sharps. We need to have solutions for that. I mean, I don't have a once and for all solution to offer at this point of time.
Thank you, Dr. Vishnu. In fact, you were talking about plastic, nanoplastic in the color. So almost all of these herbs which we use as a vegetable or those things, these are all hyperaccumulators. Whatever toxic metal or nanoplastic is there, it accumulates so fast. So whatever we are throwing to the to nature is coming back through fish and other things. So it is our destiny. So whatever we did to the
One of the good example is your face wash with all the microbeads that goes into.
Yes.
So that's a major cause of concern.
For MDR.
Yeah.
Yes, you are right. Yeah. Because escape pathogens, I think in the coming years it may be the major cause of death for. Yes. So can you?
I mean, most of the things have been talked about, but what I feel there is something what we need to be a very cost-effective and eco-friendly biomedical management. That is, we go for remediation. Now, remediation, we have a bioremediation, phytoremediation, composting, vermicomposting, which already there is passed. And the last one we want to talk about is, as Madam has already told, about genetic engineering for like the bacteria to decompose PET, polyurethane, those PET bottles. They have been already used it. Similarly, like biomediation, we can use living organisms like enzymatic, like a saprophytic fungus, which is there in cow dung, which is shown to like actually decompose your soft waste that includes your bandages and all other cotton material within 40 days. And it is quite harmless and it's very eco-friendly. So this is one of the methods they can do it at they can do R&D on. And the third one, another one is phytoremediation, which I was going through, like we all know about this vetiver grass, like in Malayalam it is called ramacham, and Hindi it is called khaskhas. So that has shown an affinity towards absorbing heavy metals. So if you have them in the places where you are dumping your bio waste, probably these grasses or these plants can absorb this waste from your soil and make it clean. Similarly, you have another one is a neem tobacco mixture, which is again shown to have some promises. And composting, as you all know about what it is. And genetic engineering is something what we need to look into, so that we use our living things into making into a environment friendly atmosphere. And the last one solution is about waste reduction technique, which is like they use alkaline hydrolysis at a very high temperature, and like they treat the chemotherapeutic waste and other waste, and the final product we get is a very inert material which can be actually used for any other purposes. So these are the things which we need to look into, because as in the morning Dr. Sanjay Behari had told, bio-waste management is a very dynamic market, and as he had brought out, it is almost tuned up to almost $9.2 billion market in US, not US, across the world. And as on today, the US is the largest chunk or the largest shareholder of the market, and we of the Asia Pacific region, of which India is catching up very fast with them. So we need to actually address this market, and we can actually go on to be one of the pioneers in bio-waste management techniques if we do an R&D at the base level, because we have natural resources to look into it, and we have the brains to look into it. Thank you.
Now it is time for us to summarize what we have discussed. So one of the major points which came up during our discussion is the stakeholder engagement. No, I mean, starting from the educating the community, the whole community, and also trying to find out new ways of dealing with the plastic menace, which we have created and we gave it to nature and it is coming back. So that is one of the things. And also we have to also look at, when new things are coming, we have a set management practices, but we have to have new technologies to come in. So we have to adapt to these future challenges, and also we have to also accept new things which is coming up in the through R&D, and how to utilize effectively for biomedical waste management. In fact, I had several points, but because of the paucity of time, we can summarize here. So we had a very good session, panel. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vimal sir, Vishnu, Lisi, and Dr. Sudhir sir for this. The action is to have encourage stakeholders, including healthcare providers, waste management professionals, and also the people who take care of the waste and who take it from our place to the processing facilities. And I would like to thank all my panelists for their valuable contributions and insight, and it was very interesting and thought-provoking thing. And my gratitude to all attendees for their participation. And to end, I would like to close. This is our collective responsibility. It is not just one person. The whole thing is a collective responsibility. Let us do this together. Let us come together and tackle this issue. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
I hope we have had a wonderful session of panel discussion. Before we close, I'd like to request our moderator, Dr. K.V. Radhakrishnan, Head of Chemical Sciences and Technology Division, CSIR NIIST, to honor our panelists with a token of our gratitude and appreciation. To start with, our chair, Dr. Pragya Yadav, co-chair, Dr. Bimal Kumar Das from AIIMS, New Delhi, our esteemed panelists, Colonel Dr. Sudhir, Dr. Lizzie Vincent, and Dr. Vishnu from AIIMS, New Delhi. Thank you, Dr. K.V. Radhakrishnan, for moderating such a vibrant session. We shall now be breaking for lunch. The lunch is arranged outside this hall to the right. Please assemble back at 2:30 for the next panel discussion. Thank you. Topic is need for new age technologies for biomedical waste management. The session shall be chaired by Dr. R. Gobinath, Deputy Secretary, AIIMS, New Delhi, and co-chaired by Dr. Saurabh K. Gupta from AIIMS. The session will be moderated by Dr. U.S. Harish, Senior Principal Scientist and Head Human Resources and Academic Division, CSIR NIST. Our esteemed panelists involve Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan, Dean, Director at Karunya Institute of Technology and Science, Dr. C. Keshav Chandran, Chief Scientist and Head Environmental and Technology Division, CSIR NIST, and Dr. Preeta S. from Government Nursing College, Trivandrum.
Yeah, good afternoon, and once again welcome back to this panel discussion, which is on the topic need for new age technologies for biomedical waste management. In the first session, we have listened to the many of the problems that were associated with the current technologies, and we need to one by one analyze what are all the lacunae in the existing ones and what are the prospective technologies that can be adopted. There were discussions about decentralization, there were discussion about complete disinfection, complete pollutant-free prevention, particularly because of the formation of furans and dioxins. So this panel would look into first, what are all the existing technologies that are currently being practiced, what are the shortcomings of that, and then we move on to the new age technologies that are being projected by WHO and other agencies, particularly to counter the shortcomings that are currently experienced. The panel consists of distinguished panelists, Dr. R. Gopinath, Deputy Secretary Administration from AIIMS, New Delhi, Dr. Saurabh K. Gupta, Department of Cardiology, AIIMS, New Delhi, Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan, Director, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Karunya Institute of Technology and Science, which is a deemed university, and our own Dr. C. Keshav Chandran, who is a Senior Principal, Chief Scientist at the Environmental Technology Division. So to begin with, I request Chair to set the tone for this part of the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. I am very much delighted to be here by seeing the Greenery Campus. So the topic is very, very pertinent to take up the challenges confronting the society. And I am wishing all the delegates or the students or researchers sitting in front of me, as well as the co-panelists sitting besides me. This particular topic that they chosen for the second session after this lunch. So this session topic has already been hijacked by the previous group. So they also discussed the same new technologies for the biomedical waste management. But though I am not expert in this biomedical waste management, but as a Deputy Secretary, General Administration, I am not a hospital administrator, but all other people sitting along with me are the real experts. So, rather speaking more on the technicality, I just wanted to have a brief introduction about this topic. So, you just see the topic is a need. So, why? It's a need for the new age technology. Then we have to distinguish whether need is there or not. What do you mean by old age technology? So there could be old age technology, that means any traditional method, conventional method, or any method that we have been used in the past. So there could be some element that thinks, that provoke to think to have a new technology. So new technology means always we use the word of innovation. Any technology we thought of, anything adding new element, or you are improvising over the old technology is a new technologies actually. So why? Sometimes we thought of thinking why we need to have a new age technologies. So first and foremost, we have to define what is new age technology. This all jargons looks very good, but when you actually use in the field, first and foremost, we have to see whether it is a compatible. See, before any technology generation, we need to think twice. During our introductory session, inaugural session, Dr. Chandrababu sir, regional director from CPCB, technology was generated. He has, put a restriction or break by saying, took all the necessary approvals in the form of authorization or registration for effective implementation in the society. So I would rather, ask everyone present here to have a stakeholder consultation before embarking on any major mission of technology generation. Why I am saying so, I have done PhD from IIT Delhi, Dr. Saurav sir is there, he is from the reputed cardiologist. We develop lot of technology, but at the end of the day, we do lot of research, but it's meaningless when we try to resolve any problem in the society. So the major learning today I had in the inaugural session is to have a stakeholder consultation before taking up any technology. Why I am saying in support of the world sustainability goals, everybody understand we have SDG goals. So in the attaining while the innovativeness in any technology fueled by the regulatory pressure. So it is not that we think and innovate, because the need of the hour is to the regulatory pressure is there to have innovativeness, because it's very difficult as a moderator emphatically emphasize on the point. Now we are not, because of the expanding healthcare system and expanding generation of the waste, the quantum of the volume, the capacity is enormous, is a manifold. So we need to have a scalability. So scalability you can't work out with the basics, landfill, some kind of incinerator. That's all obsolete and outdated. So we need to think about the scalability. That is a foremost challenge that we are facing. So it is not that whether we think of having or need, so it is inevitable. We have to innovate. We have to scalable our technology to resolve the issues. See, when we think about the efficiency, safety, or regulatory compliance, capacity building, public health concern, environmental impact, these are the basic tenets of we need to have such new age technologies. For example, when we talk about the efficiency, the previous are very outdated, it may not have that efficient. Now you have a lot of automation. See, automation is one of the best way, because we thought of not to have any contact with the patient or material. So why can't we think about the automation, robotics? It looks very weird by saying all the jargons, AI, machine learning, blockchain technology. But I am telling, unless otherwise we have to incorporate and improvise, it's very difficult to cater the need. Because I have seen in Delhi, as Chandrababu sir also was there in Delhi for a long time. See, packaging in a bag, then putting a sticker, then scanning, then transporting. You don't know whether that all bags have reached the common treatment facility, or on the way 4 or 5 bags has been sold out to the market. Nobody knows. So what I'm saying, lot of regulatory issues are there. We have good rules, but unless otherwise we sensitize the awareness, the sensitize the man who is involved in the process. Forget about the doctors, nurses, paramedics. I'm not talking about that. Majority of the hospital today, we are having the contractual employees in the sanitation. So they are not the permanent person who is working on years together. There could be a change actually. So unless otherwise we need to have a proper robust system. So these all we are sitting and discussing, but ultimately the end utility, if you see, there are a lot of violations, penalties, and a lot of legal liabilities in the court. If you Google and search, there is every other day Supreme Court, Honorable High Court, NGT, you see lot of directions that there are a lot of violations, that many of all the biomedical waste end up in the seas, waters, rivers, because all of a sudden how we woke up. The sad incident happened in US, that all of one day we see all syringes, all the needles have been floating in the ocean. So that's how it prompted, out of 11 Southeast Asian countries, we are the pioneer in introduction of the solid waste management rules. So what I mean to say, So it is our, it's not that before embarking on the technology-enabled framework for addressing this biomedical waste, it is we have to embrace our social liability for embracing such kind of, to address this issue by the society. So instead, I keep on talking, I would request moderator to go for the next panelist. Thank you, sir. I can.
Yeah, so more than being an expert, I would rather say that I am learning more from this conclave. Because as a clinician, although it is very, very important aspect of healthcare delivery, it doesn't come to our attention. And as we are moving ahead with further advancements in healthcare and with the growing population, both in terms of number as well as the age, our requirements of healthcare gadgets are going to go manifold higher. And as we all know, the more focus is on single-use catheters, devices, this again is going to become an issue. So, need for new age technology is obvious, as has been laid down by the previous inaugural session, previous panel, and as Dr. Gopinath has rightly said. I would rather add to this, because I am not domain expert in the waste management system, but rather I would add that innovation is not in just in terms of developing new technologies or deploying them. Innovation is also when you make other people use it. And that needs a lot of change in mindset. So I think one of the messages that should go out of this conclave is that this should go into the mainstream healthcare delivery, where people who are working at the ground are more and more aware that this is an acute need, where people are working on technologies, but if we don't use it, it's going to be waste. So I would add that one, and I would request the other panelists to add to this particular thing, that we should have a kind of framework where, say, people are taking every 2 years or 3 years, they are updated about what kind of practices are to be followed, so that we generate less waste. Because if you generate less, you have to dispose less, because that is the best thing you can do. And thereafter comes the role of newer technologies which can take care of the waste which we are generating.
In that context, I mean, I recall the presentation by IMA State President talking about handling 54 tons of waste per day through incineration. In this context of sustainability and renewables, when we are talking about, where is the energy that we are going to meet to incinerate just 54 tons per day? So that is something to be pondered upon, and this, I think, is an important point to be discussed about. The humongous volumes to handle and the humongous energy expenditure that adds to it. So in that case, probably we may have to think at this point of time about a decentralized facility, but making sure of the regulatory norms as well as enforcing them to be practiced in its full meaning. So may I listen to Dr. R.S. Krishnan on the shortcomings of the existing ones first, and then later we have the second round on talking about new age ones.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the NIST team for organizing such a wonderful meeting, bringing in all the stakeholders concerned, the users, the abusers, the regulators, and also the technologists who are involved in this big area of biomedical waste. Creators, that's why I said abusers. And as somebody said in the morning, that reverse pyramid principle, that's what we should work here. We should have the reverse pyramid, the base is where it is generated, and most of the solutions must be met at the base at the top, so that the residual issues that remain, where technological interventions are required to be done, where research is to be done, we need to have big infrastructures, all that come later. In the second base, we should try to do at a somewhat semi-centralized system, where nearby the source, we should be able to process them and then only the final residuals need to be transported to the final destination, which is a small amount to be left. So here, first of all, as Dr. Saurabh was mentioning, at the source itself, minimize such generation and solve them. Then you take it to the next step. And having said that, our topic today deals with new age technologies. And as we know, more than getting into the new age technologies, there is abundance of technologies actually available today. The solution lies in making use of even already existing technologies. And when I was doing my environmental engineering way back in 90s at IIT Delhi, where they were taking the MIT coursework for environment, even biomedical waste was not figuring out there at that time. And I was just recalling the human existence, human beings' existence on this planet is around 4 lakh years, 3 to 4.5 lakhs years estimated. Out of that, the known history is only 5,000 years. Out of this 5 lakhs, 5,000 years is known history. But all this damage has taken place only in the last 100 years. That credit goes to us, the human beings, whether it's environment or whether it is climate change, global warming. We have been successful in doing it in such a rapid and short period of time. And we are now, after creating all the problem, now we are busy finding out solutions. Very good. And as Dr. Harish was mentioning, what are the problems with this present day of handling? In fact, IMA president, he gave a wonderful presentation about what they are doing, and Palakkad, and so many thousands of kilometers of flying every day. Well, it's good job they are doing. They are doing a wonderful job, no doubt. But is it sustainable? Sustainable in the form of the kind of greenhouse gas emissions, carbon footprints. Sustainable in the terms of the future load that may come, because the healthcare itself has become a big business. More healthcare, more biomedical waste. So we have to handle all that. And thirdly, we are depending on one single plant, which is doing efficiently well today. But if it becomes non-functional due to some reason, what happens the next day? I'm talking about one day. One day they are doing so much of biomedical waste management. Within 48 hours, we will be accumulating so much of load and not doing what to do. So this is a kind of sustainability that I'm looking at, where we must have more decentralized system, and this capsicum that you have developed is really one such solution. Notwithstanding the validation and everything, it must all go through, definitely. And if you look at the whole process of biomedical waste, there are 3 elements, right? One is the collection, segregation. Second is your sterilization process, whether you are using microwave, whether you are using chemical, whatever process. And then you have to encapsulate. You have to reduce them through pyrolysis or whatever incineration methods. And then you have to encapsulate them. Actually 4 stages. Even in all these stages, you find out what are the technological advancements, little increments that we can do. And you will be able to find solutions, rather than looking at the mega picture, not getting anywhere. It's like an elephant, and you are trying to find out where is the trunk, where is the tail, etc. So disintegrate them with these 4 points, and find where all you can intervene and find solutions in this regard. And lastly, I wanted to say that it's a big coincidence that I am sitting in this hall today. Because way back in DST, where I was advisor there, we, through IPR, that is Institute of Plasma Research in Ahmedabad, where it's a Department of Atomic Energy establishment, we came out with the plasma pyrolysis, primarily for treating biomedical waste. And Sri Chitra was a hospital which was under DST, so we requested them to adopt this technology in the hospital, and it was installed there, and it functioned for some time. And as luck could have it, I was in BMT wing for some time. I forgot about this. So somebody brought a file saying that this has to be now decommissioned, and we need your help. What is it? They said, sir, we found your name in the file. That was about 20 years later. And I think with this I will stop now. Let's hear other speakers.
Madam belongs to the Government College of Nursing, who are the real warriors in this front. So we would like to hear from you the difficulties that you face in the current technologies, and probably on a later stage you can provide your solutions. What do you think?
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, let me express our sincere thanks to include us in this panel discussion. Actually, while discussing about the biomedical waste management, as far as I am working in Government College of Nursing, and I am also part of a Government Medical College Trivandrum, and in our hospital, the entire system well managed by image. Even then, the initial step, that sorting and segregation, that is a major issue there. Even though we are conducting so many training programs and all for the workers, they are not manage it properly. That's a major issue, and most of them, they are not using the PPE also. They are not bothered about their precautions. Somehow they are managing, and that transportation for the storage purpose, when they are transporting the entire things, that is also not in a proper manner. That is the major issue for the normal carrying system there. But now, as a faculty in our college, in the same campus, there are 6 or 7 hostels are there. So the major waste management system in our hostel, that is a major concern for us. Especially in ladies hostel, the major, moreover I am the NSS program officer in our college, and moreover the hostel warden also, assistant warden also. The major issue now we are facing, that is the children, our students, majority the ladies, in our ladies hostel, the disposal of the sanitary pad, that's a major problem. There is no proper system as such now in any of the hostel. Recently we installed one incinerator, but in that there is that not the proper incinerator. There is no smoke or nothing is coming, but the destruction is happen daily. 300 sanitary pads we can destroy. That technique nowadays we are following. Initially we are burning. Frankly, I am saying initially we are burning it. Then other food waste also, that is a major issue in our hostels. Because our students, even though we have the biogas and all, but as a government institution, the proper maintenance and all not properly done. So sometimes that is also in strike. Then the entire disposal, everything will be a question. Then another thing, now our students, they stick on the other food materials from outside. Then disposal of that plastic, that vessels also a major problem for us. And even though it is not possible to tell them that they do not buy any food items from outside, but disposing that vessel, that's a major, that tomato, all these are coming in plastic vessels only. Then how to dispose all these items, that is a major problem. And the cleaning staff also, normally they are disposing this paper waste, other solid waste and food, even though we are having that biogas, but the proper segregation, even our students, they are not following it properly. So the major new technology, I am suggesting that first we have to change our attitude. We all have the knowledge, enough knowledge, but what we are preaching, that we are not practicing. That is the major problem. The entire city now now our central government, they took so many initiatives through our NSS program also. We are doing so many programs like Swachh Bharat. Then now we have conducted that Sneha Ramam. One project is going in every colleges and all. We are using that garden, vegetable garden and all. For that, from the same plant only we are using that that waste material we are using for cultivating the plants, that vegetables and all. That is also a very good idea. The first thing that we have to change our mentality, then some. Otherwise, as we discussed in the morning session, there is more chance for the rodents also. Our students also complain in the hostel and all, so many dogs are coming, then rats are coming. But from where, who have to take the initiative, that is again we have to consider. Then there are so many discussions and scientific sessions, so many research are going, but there is no action research as such. So some other sir already told that we have to do some collaboration with we have to have some collaboration with the stakeholders. So now I am thinking that NIST, if they have through the CSR fund and all, if they give some support for our institutions and all, then we can do some other good method for our waste management system. That is my concern.
So,
Dr. Keshav Chandran, I think the
I'm
baton has
a
been
home
handed
person.
over to the right person.
Yeah. So I was in Lucknow for 20 years and working in environmental epidemiology. So I faced a lot of biomedical challenges, which I will discuss here. But I will first start with the recent knowledge which even I had from when I visited another common biomedical waste treatment facility at Kiel, Kochi. Because madam's issue of the sanitary waste, I think Trivandrum also some vendors are there who will collect the diapers, sanitary waste through them, and it can reach to Kochi. There's a system in place. So you can go through the Kiel website and you can talk to your authorities and clear out that problem. I know that's a very big issue. See, as Madam rightly pointed out, the awareness is one of the biggest problems. Even I met Dr. Pillai, I think 2 weeks back, for one of my study on gap analysis on biomedical waste. And sir only told that in Kochi it is available. I am a native of Kochi. Then I told my sister also that this facility is available. Don't put your sanitary waste in your solid waste bins and all. There are 3 or 4 vendors available. So you can do it in a meticulous way. So that is the lack of awareness, and even I think our urban local body ministry also has given in their social media. But even I have seen very late. So the awareness of these things are very limited. And we are sitting, and I think in the morning itself, I was saying that people are saying about the God's own country, and one of the best model common biomedical facility, treatment facility of this state, image and all we are talking about. Just across this state, we are about, and I was just going through the annual reports of HCF for the last several years, because I was doing the gap analysis for biomedical waste management in Kerala, and also the inventorization and extrapolation for the next 10 years. So the HCF, the healthcare facilities, if we look into 2019, it is somewhere around 14,000. Then in COVID, it has climbed up to 17,000, and now today, image, IMA president has mentioned that it is around 19,000. So see that difference. The HCFs are going to increase here. And all these, I think, common biomedical waste treatment facilities, especially, I will start from Kerala. The problem of any waste disposal in Kerala is the space. Even it is a solid waste, we ourselves have a DST project. We are going to implement a biodrying facility at Nedumangad, very close to here. Last 6 months, we are looking for space, even though Government of Kerala and Government of India is very much keen for supporting us in this project. But I think last 2-3 months only we were able to finalize that. Space is the biggest problem. Now HCFs keep on increasing. You see that at the rate of 2,000, 3,000. So we are talking about 80-ton facility that we have. One at Palghat and another at Ernakulam, and maybe another coming at Pathanamthitta. I am talking about Kerala. Will that be enough for another 10 years? Definitely not, because we are talking about the tertiary care hospital, the primary hospital and secondary care. There are several class of HCF coming under other than these 3 major categories. For example, we visited several dental clinics. they are keeping those biomedical waste for 1 week or 2 weeks because they don't have much waste. That's another problem. They don't have any waste. Per day they may be having less than half a kg. So if you are giving it to any of the WTF, it will be a problem. Research institution, how much waste they may be generating. They are all coming under Biomedical Waste Management Rule 2016. So in every state, I think they have a problem. The other day, I was talking to the regional director. So sir was saying that in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, maybe every district is having one single CBWTF, Common Biomedical Waste Treatment Facility. But in Kerala, we cannot afford. But one good thing I have seen, it is just charted, that gap analysis. One of the good thing is that there are very, very few unauthorized HCF working in Kerala. That I can guarantee. But I cannot guarantee it in another states. Please don't mind, in Uttar Pradesh, where I worked for 20 years. How the system is working. We are only almost 3 crore people here, and we are generating some 60 tons of biomedical waste. Imagine 24 crore people at UP, how much biomedical waste they may be generating. And if you go to the annual report, I don't blame any pollution control board or any regulatory body. There should be people who have to track that there is an HCF in particular, 75 districts, Uttar Pradesh. How we will be able to do that? So the first thing which I personally feel is that we should have a proper data. Coming to the technology, if you want a proper technology to work, we should know that what is the data in this country. How much biomedical waste is generated. Every state, if you go through the pollution control board, they have the annual report for biomedical waste. But how much precise it is. And I think Kerala and of course Tamil Nadu and other southern states have started this gap analysis just to get a stock of what is the status of biomedical waste. That will help the CBWTF and other technologies who are coming up. So I am talking about the other sectors, not the government medical colleges or tertiary care hospitals. There are several other HCFs also generating lot of, our institute is generating. We are also giving to image. So I will tell you some funny stories because when I am going through, the next stage is policy. Of course, the data is one of the important things. Next is the policy, 2016 Biomedical Waste Management Rule. Now, for a CBWTF to start, there are 3 things. One is the 10,000 beds in one area, or 75-kilometer radius is another area, another mandatory requirement. And the third one is 48 hours you have to dispose your biomedical waste. How many clinics can dispose the biomedical waste in this country within 48 hours? I will tell my own story. Our team, environmental epidemiology people, used to visit from Lucknow to Mathura. It is almost, I think, 400 kilometers from there. We spend almost 1 week, 2 weeks there with the health survey and collecting the blood, and all this biomedical waste is generated. We cannot deposit, give it to any WTF in that particular area. I have to take it back to my own Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, another CSIR lab. There is no other provision to do that. So the policies also require a lot of changes. I am citing one simple example. 48 hours we have to change. Another thing I discussed with several stakeholders here. One of the stakeholders told that in the yellow bag, there is a problem of, that is only the visceral organs and those waste have to be disposed. And it will not be opened, it will be a sealed cover directly going to incinerator. Now, the healthcare facility, what they do, as madam mentioned, that there is a difficulty in fund or difficulty in disposing the solid waste, food waste and all. They will put that also in that one. So the problem is number of beds is a criteria given. So it is easy for an HCF to overcome that problem. Now they have also understand, because they are also clever enough to know, so they now shifted number of beds to the weight of the bag. So weight of the bag once decided, then that issue is now sorted out. So these are because 2016 guidelines require a lot of corrections. That's what I say. I think the regulators also know that. Once you go for gap analysis only, you will see that these type of issues are there. So based on that only, we have to devise certain technologies. So definitely, like in the morning session and all, we were discussing about the common biomedical test facility will be one of the leaders in that one. But considering the space requirement like in Kerala, Goa, northeastern states. Where is the space for CBWTF? You require a space for that. So where will be that space? So those things, in that scenario, we have to think of alternate technologies and alternate solutions for that. But by saying so, I should also say that it has to be validated. That if with proper validation and as Dr. Chandrababu sir mentioned, with the environmental protection law amended for that particular technology, we can very well come out with other technologies also in this country. So that is my first take on this issue. Thank you.
So summing up on the first round, talking about the shortcomings and the problems that are identified, I think we all agree with the general proposition that first there should be a radical change in the practitioners, that is a sustainable practices of disposing it, as Dr. Saurav has been pointing out. This is going to increase, the practitioners are also facing that difficulty of handling it as the number multiplies. So from there itself it starts. So sustainable practice of from the hospital side, followed by appropriate guidelines and policies, and that is what Dr. Keshav Chandran has been pointing out. In the absence of a clear-cut guideline on how these things are to be handled. So this is also an important parameter that needs to be addressed as a shortcoming of the existing technologies, a clear-cut guideline as to how we proceed further in the event of a new age technology arising. So what are all the ratifications and other things, certifications required, and how are we going to realize that? Followed by what Madam has been talking about, along with the biomedical waste, we are also facing with the conventional waste disposal problems, which can be partly classified as related to biomedical. So problems are multiplex. So let us see how we can, or what we think is a guideline for developing a new one. How the new existing, or the new technologies that are being promoted as part of this conclave try to fill the gap that we have now come across. So over to Chairman for his views on how we proceed further.
Thank you, sir. Again, by listening all panelists, eminent panelists, one thing I realized, the foundation that we made, sensitization, awareness, and again I'm repeating, the embracing social responsibility for ethical disposal before having any new age technologies, because unless you have a intention to ethically dispose the whether the sanitary pad or whatever the other solid waste or any biomedical waste, why we bother much about biomedical waste? It is like it's a spreads infection, is hazardous. But as of now, we are not in a position to have any evaluation what kind of threat perception is there in the community. Nobody imagine. People are saying this microplastic come to this carotid. So many, human blood, all these already percolated and all, running across. So, so before technology, we always, that's what the initial, at the outset I told, technology is one tool, but, we are the main tool. We have to think and act responsibly. So, social responsibility and ethical disposal is very, very important. Because today they have handed over all the technology brochures and they are waiting for the approval. But when you see the hospital like AIIMS, we got a Kayakalp award. This is Kayakalp award, gets under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. We are getting the #1 hospital in the country for, I think, safe hygienic practices, cleanliness, as well as infection control. But I'm without, giving any kind of, sarcastic, attachment to my statement. But I always, see there is a lot of scope for improvement. We consider this is a world-class medical hospital. But when you talk about the ethical disposal, I'm feeling there could be a lot of, improvement in the individual, act. So I'm stressing again, the ethical disposal, every school, I think not only the technology, we talk about the curriculum-based school education. There we need to teach about the sanitary, at least the students. for girls sanitary, maybe for male something else different. So we need to inculcate those kind of values for the ethical disposal. Because technology comes secondary, tertiary. Again, technology, unless otherwise you have a very easy SOPs, standard operating procedure. I told whatever the good incinerators we have, whether or whatever autoclave, whether it is having the right temperature, right pressure, then if you are not maintaining, then all kind of toxic gases releases. So ultimately, the individual maintain that. So now that's why the new age technologies has to encompass the automation. So there is no need of any recording error. So we need to have a robust proof recording system so as to have a complete disposal of all the biomedical waste at the end actually. Till then, I emphasize about again individual. We have to ask how many people we responsibly dispose. Forget about the biomedical waste. It's about the solid waste. So this has to be stressed upon further. Thank you, sir.
I think we very well understand that it needs to begin from the ground level. But when it comes to technology, I think we always look upon technology to kind of democratize or decentralize and we try to give power to the hands of people who are actually doing the work. So I think if we have to take stepwise goals or say the point-wise deliverables, then it should be a technology, whichever we are trying to propose or develop, should have less number of steps involved in reaching to the final disposal, from the waste to final disposal. The current system, as I have understood today, it involves a lot of change of hands, and more number of change of hands, more are the chances of lapses. Even if you put RFIDs there, here, trackers here or there, ultimately at the end of the day, we are all human beings who have different sets of values in terms of ethics and morality. So we keeps on lapsing in these issues day to day at various levels. So lesser are the number of steps, better it is for achieving what we want to achieve. And for that, I think the technology which is being proposed by NIST, decentralizing, to begin with, it's very difficult to even imagine that you can do a large hospital's waste disposal in using such a technology. But what can be done is what Sir was mentioning about, say, dental institution or a research facility, where the waste generation is very small. So those ones should be targeted first, where the amount can be handled by these small units at the place where they are generated, so that you have immediate impact. So if you can reduce these 20,000 healthcare facilities to by adopting some of these technologies, you can immediately bring it down from 20,000 to say 15,000. And the next step you go, you increase your volume which can be handled. From 15,000 it can come down to 12,000. You can handle large hospitals you cannot replace. You need to have such large scale facilities. But for small ones, we have to have dedicated workflows. Next thing, so that should become part of whatever mandates are being generated. Whosoever is the responsible agency should be giving similar directions. That the SOPs should be created differently for a smaller unit, to a larger unit, to a very big unit, whether to a very big institution, because everybody's needs are different. We cannot, treat them on equal these things. And next would be, as they have on various products, as they put the sticker on our shirts, that how do you wash it? Can we not put something like that on the things which we are using? How do you dispose it? Because the awareness comes from information which is readily available. Do you make the information more readily available? More and more people are going to adopt it. Even if that percentage is less. But if that information is not there, if I have to dig out how to dispose, there is inertia. If it is available, at least some of us will see and some of will adopt it. That's what I wanted.
One of the critical steps that in the current technology faces is the incineration. How safe is incineration, particularly because of the temperature requirements for a complete pollutant-free release. Actually, I heard that temperatures of 950 to 1100 degrees centigrade is what is essential for the complete removal of pollutant gases. And then you are burning organic matter in presence of probably metal nanoparticles, and if the raw material contains any source of chlorine, this is definitely going to lead to the production of furans and dioxins, which again is a matter of concern. So high temperature incineration, how we can dispense it off, that is one aspect I think any new age technology should talk about. Of course, then you need to address the other part of it, which is 100% safe disinfection. So if disinfection can be managed effectively without involving incineration at the first place, that probably leads to some of the development, some of the technologies that are being promoted now. This is one point that I understand from what has been talked about today, and what about the requirements of incineration as a common cause of and a common need of complete disinfection. And also this toxic, I think Dr. Keshav Chandran can comment more on the the probability of furans and dioxins emanating from these raw materials, particularly on the diverse compositions of waste that is being handled. Sodium hypochlorite is a common disinfecting agent that we use. Definitely chlorine containing sources are main targets for the evolution of dioxins and furans, particularly in the presence of metal nanoparticles, which are essentially part of any biomedical disposable thing. So how we go about it, sir? If you can comment on how.
Thank you. Waste disposal by definition has certain hazardous element attached to it. We cannot escape. Both in terms of cost, financial cost, as well as the environmental cost that it causes. Because the waste has been generated, so it is only a containment or a management that is left. Now, you raised one issue regarding the pyrolysis, incineration. But before that, I would also go back to my original statement regarding the 4 steps, collection and segregation, and second comes the sterilization. This is one step that must be done at source. It should be done at the hospital itself, whether it is autoclave using steam sterilization or chemical sterilization, microwave, whatever technology you use, the hospital must have sufficient infrastructure for doing this. Once it is done, if you take out that material outside the hospital, there will be less problems attached to it. Now it is no more a bio waste, it is just a waste. So you can deal it like any other waste material. Now comes the question of incineration. So that's where the IPR generated pyrolysis method, plasma pyrolysis method was evolved. Now they have changed the technology. I can see the Sri Chitra scientist here who was also involved in the pyrolysis establishment at BMT. Now they have come out with a better version which they claim can be used even at the hospital itself. You dump everything into it, irrespective of whether it is metallic or glass or cotton, whatever kind of waste, it will all get flashed off without generating dioxins and furans, because all this happens, the transition time is only a couple of seconds, few seconds. Doesn't allow the dioxins and furans to generate. Before that, it's all burned away, and you get a glassy material. Now it's a question of disposal of this glassy material, which will be very, very small in quantity. For that purpose, we can think of containment under the earth's surface, etc., which will be manageable. That's the one which should be decentralized. Rest everything should be done at centralized or partial decentralized areas. This is one thing. And secondly, regarding the regulations, sir, actually, we must have strong enforcements. Without that, there is no escape, especially in these kind of areas. So anybody who is found wanting deliberately must be actually taught a lesson. And coming back to the technology, we need to improve technologies at each of these levels. And unfortunately, there may not be many funding directly available for these technologies right away. if you go for the conventional things like DST, DBT, etc. But having said that, there is a national mission recently launched on cyber physical systems, which addresses several points, pain points relating to adapting technologies for various solutions. So looking at environmental, I think IIT Delhi as well as IISc Bangalore, they have been given this task. Every institution has been given one task with about 100 crore plus. So one can tap those technologies with the help of an industry, a research institution or an academic institution, come out with solutions, new solutions from the existing ones. You can also develop a patent, you can also look at how it can be transferred to a private industry and they can do the rest of it. We need not worry about generation of money and royalty and all those things. That's not the major issue. This is actually addressing a common issue. And public-private participation, as somebody was mentioning, that is very essential in this area. And we should also look at absorbing the cost of sustainability. That is something which has not been factored into. Because to address this, there is an additional cost requirement which may not find itself profitable if you look at the hospital management, etc. This viability gap is something which probably the government should come out with a scheme to absorb. Then this will become a self-sustainable model. Thank you.
Particularly on this, I think we have a nationalized facility for testing of dioxins here. So they know the root cause of what are all the parameters that are going to control the evolution of it. So how safe is pyrolysis? And if so, how do we compare the new technologies that are emerging? What I am probably a wish list, but an incineration-free technology, is that practicable for something like biomedical waste management?
Hello. So, like in our biomedical waste treatment facility, as Dr. Harish rightly pointed out, that how we can evade out of the dioxin emissions that is coming out from the incinerators in the different common biomedical facility, as well as this captive treatment facility which is already there in most of the hospitals. Even regulatory boards also accept that it is there. It has to be phase by phase removed from the HCFs. That is what the biomedical waste management rules say. But it is still there. So now the thing is that the dioxin stack emission monitoring, only our own institute is having that facility. Dioxin, this is an institute where we have a national facility for dioxin research, where we have been meticulously working in that area, and we have been accredited for NABL for the dioxin research in both in environment and food. So we are already working in one of the project, UNEP project. We are working in several of the CBWTF and other incinerators where dioxin emissions are there. So only thing is that, again I will come to the same problem, is the data. Data generation is an issue. Because now we have a funding of MOEF-CC with the NEERI, IITR and ourselves in a loop. And another 3 years, I think my colleague Dr. Pradesh and his team will be working. Already they are in talk with the waste to energy plant at Delhi and other area. So it's just starting. So that is what I am trying to tell you, that a technology can only be evolved based on the data available. So if you, but they have already the CBWTF are monitoring the dioxins and furans emission. But only if you know that there is a dioxin and furan from your stack coming out, then only you can correct. So this is a mandatory. Every hospitals have to do that. And fortunately, we are on the extreme southern end, and we have to go up to the Jammu Kashmir for doing this type of study. So that also, although there are certain agencies who are doing, they are sending it abroad and doing that study. test. Very few, I think, CBWTF are doing that stack emission. I think, I think Image and Keel in Kerala, they are doing that monitoring. But I have doubt about the other states, whether they are doing. But in this project, now we are going to do that. And any treatment, including the pyrolysis, if this is not monitored, we cannot ensure that there is a safe limit. Because as you know that these are one of the class 1 carcinogen. If in most of our Kerala CBWTF is not in the residential area. That's a God's own country and we are safe, our residents are safe, but not in other states. Every district is having one CBWTF, so you can imagine where it will be. So those areas, I think, unless and until you have a monitoring and 0.1 nanogram, such a low level of dioxin level is the permissible limit prescribed by the regulatory body. So you can imagine that with all the chlorinated compounds and all, it will be there. So, but our opinion, it is that what you monitor and you can correct your treatment facility accordingly. There are a lot of abatement techniques, BAT, BAP methodology you can apply on it and you can correct. But the only thing is that the monitoring also you have to conduct regularly. Otherwise, we cannot correct the remedial measures for the dioxin and furan emissions. So we recently, one of our team member is part of, I think, Sujitwa mission. It's a ULB, under the ULB ministry. So they are now looking for, there are a lot of incinerators coming. I think you have seen in and around Kerala, like our, what you call that, Puttukutti, and the typical type of incinerators are there for diapers and all. Nobody knows that what is the emitted out of it. It's just a funnel thing and it is taken to the house and they put the diapers and sanitary waste and they burn.
Is there any data available?
Now we have prescribed that there should be primary and secondary chamber, and like you mentioned that one, now they are regulating, NIST is part of that team. Now they are, I think within 1 month time it will come out. For sanitary waste incinerator, you have a rule coming out from the ULB. So based on that only you can buy a thing, and commercially also it cannot be sell in the market. So that's the thing that's coming out slowly.
This image facility in Palakkad ensures that no
that is they are ensuring. We are also done a study, and Keel also we have done the study. So that is there.
So it's through filtration or by maintaining the temperatures and other things?
Yeah, they are maintaining with the temperature only, but we are taking the stack emission monitoring of dioxin and furans. So they are maintaining in that one. One of the best thing is that their site, it is on, I think, Malampuzha Dam, very close to the Western Ghat, that area. There is no residential area, so you can, that's a good site. And same with the Keel also, that Ambalamugal, that area, I don't think there is any residential. So, but other states, see, we are sitting at Kerala, where everything is almost perfect. People are also watchdog. If you have something outside in a hospital, people, next day the media will cover and you will be in soup. But I don't think it is the same in the other states. So everything you should not focus on Kerala's biomedical waste management, which I think is precisely good, but we have to have a problem in the later, maybe in 10 years time. That's the extrapolation that we were asked to do. The next 10 years, how much Kerala will generate the biomedical waste and how we will be able to manage. So there the problem is the space. Exactly. Actually, now they are going for a third one, but it is not materialized because of the space. So then the alternative technologies have to be looked into in that case.
The Central Pollution Control Board will have definitely data on these aspects, right?
Yeah, Central Pollution Control Board?
We'll have data on how this is managed elsewhere. In Kerala we know. But
Other areas it is there. They have to do that. But how much it is being done? Because gap analysis here it is little easy because all the HCFs are registered, most of them. I think 10% are unauthorized, and other states it may not be easy because in a state like UP, 75 districts, one regulatory body cannot do the whole thing. So Kerala it is 14 districts, 3 crore, there 24 crore. It is difficult, but that's why we have to have a data of even including the dioxin furans of the existing the incinerators and all have to be done. And we are already in that job. Delhi, we are again going in this week itself. I think next week and all, we are covering all the waste to energy plant there and all. And so we are in that job actually.
Another question is about this, this CO2 emission. Ultimately, what is burned is organic matter, and what comes out is CO2, right? So
yeah, that is there. That is an important issue, greenhouse gases, and that issue is already there, but that is not covered under our biomedical waste management rule. The only mandatory rules say that you have to look for the dioxin and furans. That's only. But that is ultimately there in environment. This is also contributing to the carbon dioxide. I think you can comment more because you are working on
that's
carbon
what I'm saying. See,
sequestration.
we talk about steel
Technologies.
industries. Steel industries, for every ton of steel, we produce 2 tons of carbon dioxide.
Correct.
And now it is the time to develop CO2 sorption mechanisms for these kind of industries.
Correct.
If you continue with incineration at this pace, we are also going to face a similar problem there too, no? True. Burning 54 tons of waste, what is the amount of CO2 that it can generate?
That we have to calculate and see, because even the stack emissions also now only that details are available. But I think theoretically it may be there. I have not seen, but it is there. It is a fact that carbon dioxide emission will be there, and it will be contributing to that problem. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. So we have talked about 1 hour. Yes.
So actually, nowadays our pollution control board, they are not giving sanctioning for installing incinerator. But already installed one, now again they are functioning, because in our campus also daily we can see big black color fumes are coming in the entire campus. So it is functioning, and moreover in all apartments also nowadays we can see the same thing. So the one thing we have to do while for starting any institution or anything, first some standardization should be, minimum requirement and standardization, that is where. So in that we should strictly focus, means some of the things we should be able to control, and moreover periodic inspection, that is also very important. Periodic inspection and maintenance. While speaking about maintenance, especially for the government institution, the maintenance, that's a big issue, because we are not getting enough fund for maintenance. That is why we are facing so many issues. Even though we know so many issues are there, that there is no measure to solve these issues. That's the major things we are facing. We know we are facing all these things, but we are going through these issues only. That is why I am asking, sir, that if any CSR funds or anything is there, if the stakeholders are coming for supporting us, then we will be able to solve most of the issues.
Ours is a research organization.
We are after
this.
CSR.
Yeah. Only regulatory bodies can, like Chandrababu sir, can instruct us, come and do the monitoring. We will monitor and give the result to them. That is the modus of operandi that we can do. We are only the research organization. We are here for doing some R&D work. But like if there is any requirement, the regulatory body has to come to us, and we will be doing that. Other than that, I don't think our public request has come. Likewise, we have already done in Brahmapuram that solid waste. We are the people who have done the dioxin analysis and all. The KSPCB requested us, and we have done the monitoring and analysis. So that's the way we can do.
Yeah. So I think this panel discussion has primarily converged on 2 important things. One is, what are all the shortcomings that are existing in an incineration-based disposal management system, and what are the prospective new technologies that can be addressed in a non-incineration mode. So as to list out some of the points that have emerged, one is I think to start with Saurav's point on sustainable practices by the stakeholder, followed by appropriate regulatory policies as laid out by Krishnan sir, and then the existing modalities of monitoring and other things mentioned by Dr. Keshav Chandran, the real life difficulties projected by Madam, and to conclude, I think may I request the chairman to say a few words of conclusion.
Thank you, sir. I don't know how to summarize, but problems are plenty. Like ma'am said, and data, space, fund. So these are all inherent, problems with any system. But now the point, what I understand from all the eminent panelist opinion, see, there is a ethics, individual level, one should at least try to do their level best. So we talked about this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, then, many institutions have their own policies, guidelines to do their, ethical issues first. Second, when you talk about any new technologies, see, now as the situation is inevitable, it's not that whether we can go or not, how can we do it, but the mandate of the institutions like CSIR, NIST, or any research organization have to innovate. Have to innovate and try to give back the technology to the society welfare. So here we should not talk much about whether regulatory pressure is there. Definitely, as somebody pointed out, it's all when day comes, everything will be through. When authority decides, political will is there. There could be automatically fund is there. You understand, COVID comes, then everything will be vaccine have come, technology in the form of vaccine. Then there was a lot of restrictions in the movement. Then there is a relaxation. So one should feel optimistic in we have to keep on trying to innovate things. But the main aspect, once we started discussion about the stakeholder sensitization, and that value has to inculcate from the school level and college level. Then there is no need to think too much about these all issues actually at the last. So with this, sir, I hope as I told, this embracing the social responsibility as the foundation for the ethical disposal, before we embarking on to any new age technologies framework actually. So with these kind words, and thanks for the opportunity, and I'm thankful to Director NIST for inviting us, even though I'm not an expert, but as Dr. Saurav sir said, it is a good learning for me rather than giving some kind of information today. So I'm very grateful to my director Ames also for bringing us here to have this sensation. So this is itself this sensation we talk about the awareness.
Yeah.
So I think we sensitized many souls. At least I was sensitized. I was not knowing anything about this biomedical waste management. So really today I was sitting and just Google and try to see. Now ChatGPT, when you put, you get a lot of information from this. So I talk majority from that. So this is how we have to evolve actually. This is evolving society. And once again, thanks. I'm just handing over to Co-Chair Sir.
Yeah, thank you. So as Sir said that it's more learning for us rather than contributing anything. The message I would take from what Dr. Krishnan said, and if we can reduce the steps and bring it to the ground level, that will reduce the handling as well as the carbon print which we generate by transportation. So I think in addition to the technologies, if we can work on those frameworks, whosoever can take this message and bring it to the attention of the correct people, will be the right thing to do from this conclave. So thank you so much for having us here. Thank you.
Sir, any concluding remark? So if not, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. for his effectively chairing this session, Dr. Saurav, co-chair, Dr. R.S. Krishnan from Karunya Institute, Madam from the Government College of Nursing, and Dr. Keshav Chandran, our own faculty, for addressing this session. Thank you very much. And over to Srijit for the honors.
Let me thank all the esteemed panelists, chairman, moderator, co-chair. Now, to express our gratitude and appreciation, I request Dr. U.S. Harish to hand over a memento to our esteemed chair, Dr. R. Gopinath. Our co-chair, Dr. Saurav K. Gupta. Our esteemed panelist, Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan. Dr. C. Keshavachandran. And Dr. Preeta S. Thank you, Dr. U.S. Harish, for moderating the session. An announcement before we break for tea. We had conducted a snap and win contest for the participants of the conclave. We have received a good response, and the winners shall be chosen via lucky draw at the end of the interactive session, and cash prizes will be given for 2 winners. The certificates of participation shall be distributed at the end of the session, and we shall now be breaking for tea. Please assemble back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Senior Principal Scientist and Head of Sustainable Energy Technologies. The speakers of the session include our Director, Dr. C. Anandaramakrishnan, and Managing Director of Biovastum Solutions Private Limited, Dr. Joshi Varki. May I invite all the speakers, Chair and the Moderator to occupy the dais.
Good evening. I welcome all of you for this final session, for this interactive session. Please feel free to interact with the panelists, and not only on the subject of biomedical waste, but also if you want to know specifically about CSIR NIST, the divisional activities and the opportunities in CSIR NIST. This is a chance that the director is here right now. You can please interact with him. And I welcome the panelists also. And especially Dr. Joshi Varki sir and our director sir and Dr. Unni. Please, start this session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good evening. So since Dr. Ananda Kumar is chairing the session, I think we should start with Dr. Ananda Kumar. And this lab, as you know, the name is National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology. So there is an interdisciplinary component in all the activities of the lab. So let me ask Dr. Ananda Kumar how this interdisciplinary nature actually helped in shaping up a technology like this which we announced today. You already heard the details of the biomedical waste management facility which we are talking about right from the morning. So let us hear from Ananda Kumar how the interdisciplinary nature of the lab helped in developing the technology.
This particular technology is specifically focused on biomedical waste management, and basically because of this interdisciplinary subjects within this campus, we know chemists are there, chemical engineers are also there, and organic chemists, specifically who can design molecules, all are in one place here. And once this nanotechnology emerged, our institute starts work on nanomaterials, nanochemistry, and functionalized gels for flocculation, dispersion. So we work on most of the areas. Especially we are very closely working with mineral industries, and we design our own flocculant, deflocculants, and gelation agents. So that helped a lot to find out a chemical method for the rapid gelation of this organic system. So in that respect, from Material Science and Technology Division, Dr. U.S. Harish, and from Chemical Science and Technology Division, Dr. Srijit Shankar, they all worked very closely. At the time of COVID, this was very much essential. So the team worked closely and developed the system. And once our director assumed the office in November 2022, this particular technology is spreaded very much from southmost corner to up to our capital, New Delhi. So now we are today assembled here to validate this technology, and this is the way that we developed this particular technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, in the morning presentation, you might have seen how this biomedical waste can be treated and a soil additive can be generated. So my question to our director, Dr. Anandaramakrishnan, is how effectively these solid materials can be actually used. Because the moment you speak about a soil additive, so many studies are required for implementing a technology like this. So how effectively you plan to utilize this, and can you also, do you foresee that this is part of a waste to wealth program?
No, your question I can split into three portions. First, what went on morning. See, any science, acceptance always has the issues. When they invented light, people are afraid of light. Know where we moved. We invented the CD player, VH, that time we used the another player, then Cinefield, everybody was opposed. The science has to move on. We can't rely on what is the existed one. That's what it is. But if you look at the GM foods, when the GM foods, as long as it was with the scientists, it is okay. When it is gone to the politicians and activists, then it, till date, most of the country we are unable to implement GM foods. We all will well aware of that, what is the science behind this GM foods. What went on now, today? Because more than scientists, other people are speaking about GM foods. 2 days, 2010 in UK Parliament, they deliberated GM foods. End of the day, nothing has been concluded. That's what, instead of scientists has to speak on any aspect, who involved on that. If policy makers like MPs and other people are speak about the science is the problem, will come to that. That's what, it should not go to the same way for any other science. Morning water is that, if you look at our technology, what we developed, it's a need of our. So many things are happening in the existing technology. It is not an alternative. It can be implemented parallelly. It can be added on to that. That should be way we need to look into that. That's what NIST for that. And as per our knowledge, we have done end-to-end validation. We have completed here. Now we are moving into the third-party validation. That's what we requested AIMS and Chiri Chitra. Let them also validate with the actual sample. Let them give the results. Then we'll move on to the policies and approval from the CPCB and all. This is the what our plan, well plan, we need to move on. Come back to your another question on the soil additives. Here one more question people mind will come. Can I eat that brinjal? It comes from the body parts. It comes from the blood. It's obvious. So people will question that. There's nothing wrong in that. When the same brinjal is grown in the wherever something they mixed with that, they're not bothered. But once you said this is comes from the blood and body parts, we have taken, put it as that, people will question. There's nothing wrong in that question. We have to answer it. That our responsibility, how to convince that our people, this is the good or bad, everything, that as a scientist, we need to work on all around. That's the important. That's what we are not. See, already Joshi Varghese knows that some of the countries, they wanted this technology to be implemented. We are not allowed. We are telling him, wait. First, we will finish it, everything in our nation. Slowly we'll go. It's not in that hurry. We know our Indian system, how it takes time to implement one by one. We are waiting for that. We are not bothered about anything. We wanted to make sure our science is a full fruit. It has to be stand so long time. That's what we are doing it stage wise. Hopefully we can able to convince the people, whoever is the concerns, either soil concerns or the product concerns or the technology concerns or the where it is comes the design or all the things. That's the part of the inventors as an institute. We openly announced the responsibilities lies with the inventors, as a director, as a DG, everybody has the role to say answer for whatever the question raised. Science should be questioned. That's the important. And the responsibility of scientists to be answer for that question. That we are well aware of that, we are doing it. Hope we'll try to convince the people.
Thank you. I think now our director has set the tone for this interactive session, because our the topic of this session is new avenues in biomedical waste management, collaboration between policymakers, scientists, healthcare professionals and technology providers. So now you heard the initial answers from a scientist point of view and also technology provider. I think it is up to go to the industry partner. Yes, so yes, Biowasum Solutions. We have Dr. Joshi Varghese with us. So wanted to ask, what timeline do you foresee in this technology? Because we have been talking for a while, and now implementation is also a joint effort. I agree, but at the same time, as the technology provider in this case, what is the kind of timeline and what are the hurdles that you see in this journey ahead?
Good evening, everyone. When we started or when we signed the NDA in June 2020, the timeline what me and the board fixed was around 3 years of time for this technology to be fully commercialized. But fortunately or unfortunately, we had the issues of COVID and the things got delayed a bit. But to me and the board, we always think that direction is more important than the speed. And to confess one thing, it's not very easy to work with scientists and policy makers to make you all understand how commercialization of any technology works. So it takes its own time. Yes, there is a cost involved in that. We agree to that. But at the same time, I feel with all the things now falling online, maybe in 1 year time, maybe next year this time, we would have commercialized this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we can have one question to our director from the audience. Since this is more of an interactive session rather than we all, yeah.
It's about this technology itself which you have developed, the capsicum. What are the inputs that go into that machine in terms of materials, in terms of energy, and what really comes out in terms, in other words, what is the balance in terms of cost, in terms of benefits? Thank you.
We developed this, we have taken care of everything. So cost wise, yes, we wanted to first incline any science or technologies, sustainability depends on the cost. We know that existing cost methodology, even per bed, 6 rupees if you take it, the size of the Trivandrum, how many beds are there? Normally NIMS 500 beds, KIMS another 500. If you put all together here itself 2000 beds are there in the Trivandrum. Think about how many cities are there. Each one will pay 6 rupees. They're generating waste or not, they have to pay 6 rupees. Right? That is the what it is. And then normally 300 to 500 beds generate maximum of 50 kg. That's our maximum. It's touched 100 kg if you take it on that direction also. 100 kg moving to this place to Palakkad. Even spoke model what they are telling it goes. And what is that input cost you are giving hospital to this and third party management? You clearly know that how much money involved throughout the country, how many beds and how much per bed per day this much they are paying means the total amount of the cost and what is that they are offering for this, right? So this back to this 6 rupees paid, it is not a hospital is not going to pay. The patient is going to pay, you and me we are going to pay that 6 rupees per day. So that is the what we looked into that. We try to reduce the load of the hospitals, hospital management and even 14,000 kilometers in Kerala alone per day. Think about the petrol and energy, all these things. So we looked into all the aspects. Whichever route you calculate, this technology is lower cost than none. This cost, if you, I'll come back to you, this only chemical is input cost. What we develop the chemical, then you put whatever the material, segregation has to be done before some metals you have to take out, then you are adding, our chemical should be added, so that is the only cost. You may be surprised to, I'll tell one surprise on this technology. If breaks the muscles and bones with this much soil, question comes, if you add it into your hand, what will happen? Within a minute your hand will be vanished, correct? Right? Then can be used any point, anywhere, any place, right? That question mark comes. As a scientist, we well aware of that. That should not go to the any unwanted people, all these things. So that's what the reaction will take place, not externally, internally only. We made it such a full-proof system, you could have seen that machine. Then the reaction starts, it comes out, then only that waste is generated. That energy, if you look at only motor, we have fixed it, one panel. That's 1 kg, maximum take 3 minutes. For us, so 1 minute only we kept it the basis. Make it maximum 3 minutes, what is the energy input goes? Even 5 HP motors if you put, it's not a 5 HP motor, even that much. So the energy wise is a less, cost input also less except the material. We are not revealed the material to anyone, what the chemical. Because the present scenario, it has to be kept it the particular manner. That's what we kept it within us. So that's what we are moving in a very careful manner. Even this system, nobody can tamper. what is the pumped, it goes inside, what is the mixing, everything has been controlled by our system, and institute will monitor each and every system. Nobody can tamper it. That's why we have done this. Lot of effort went on. It's not overnight, day and night, lot of students and scientists worked and brought it to such a level. So it's a responsibility as a director, I will think like that. It has to come to field. But for their side of morning you have seen, they establish all the thing. Incinerators, government has spent more, any incinerators facilities, even that Palakkad facilities what they have shown. So more than 100 crore investment there. Already government invested. What will going to happen to that? So we need to balance it. Cost wise is much cheaper than what is the existing one. No transport at all. It's the only capital investment. It is there in the hospital. Even you no need dustbin extra. You directly you can pump, put it there, segregate. Then you take the soil, take out, putting in the hospital backyard. You grow your whatever you wanted to grow. You don't need to grow for the food or for the flowers and other things. You can use it for the same manure for that purpose. So this is the what that we made the circularity on that. Anything we can do, sir. That's what we wanted to go. Even we given to the soil, to the Dharwad, which university? Bagalkot Agriculture University. They certified the soil. Everything we have done. Okay. You want to add?
Yeah, let me add a few more points. You asked about the cost. Cost is, which it will be much lesser than what is being incurred by the hospitals now. But there's another point to it. Currently, every hospital, we heard from IMA president that they spends 6 rupees 10 paise to 6 rupees 35 paise per bed per day as the cost to IMA to take it to Palakkad and doing this incineration. So which means that it's a cost incurred to the hospital. In our case, we are going to do it in the same hospital premises. So the soil additive which comes out, you can sell or you can decide to use it for your own garden filling or whatever it is. But there are other aspects to it. This machine also takes care of the plastic and the metal part of the waste of it. That is recyclable and it can be sold. There's another business opportunity in that. Except for the PPE kit, every part of the or every biomedical waste generated can be handled by the machine. So I think it clears the thing. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, I wanted to ask Dr. Joshivarki about the cost, but in a preemptive strike, our director finished that question, so I'm not going into that discussion on cost. But let me ask then another question to Dr. Joshivarki. What are the export prospectus that you see in this technology?
Well, that's a good question. We are really thrilled to, to inform you all that even though this is about to get into the commercial phase, we have inquiries from Brazil, countries like Brazil, Ghana, Singapore, and Dubai. And there the systems which control the whole process or the you can say the legislation part of it or the what do you call for the regulatory part. Here what happens in India, I'll just explain that scenario. We have Environment and Forestry Ministry under which CPCB comes under, who is the regulatory body for biomedical waste. The taker is basically the Health Ministry, which is another ministry. And this whole thing comes under Department of Science and Technology. So there are 3 ministries which has to come together to give an approval for the whole thing. Come to a country like Dubai, it's under Health Ministry. In Brazil, it's under Health Ministry. In Ghana, it's under Health Ministry. In Singapore, it's under Health Ministry. So depending on the country to country or the geographies, it differs. So there are a lot of prospects, sir. We hope, but as sir told, we wanted to do it first in India. We want this because this comes under Make in India, Made in India, Swachh Bharat, Swasth Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and everything related to that. So why not we do it in India? Yes, we do have our own systems, we have our own shortfalls in the regulatory side. We accept all that. but this is made in India. This came from this place. So we wanted to do it out here.
Glad to hear those confident assurances from Dr. Joshivarki. So someday we will see this technology not only in India but also in several countries, as he mentioned. I wanted to ask one question to Dr. Anantharamakrishnan, because this is a process where you have policymakers, scientists, healthcare professionals, technology providers. So this is a chain. This development itself is a chain of events. And in this, which one do you see the weakest part? Whether it is science or it is policy or it is the industry support or...
I think audience know well. We can invent it. Making it to the market is the problem. If one question, if you in your mind, if I would have been in his position, definitely I would have not taken this technology. 100%. Even I have 100 crore, I would have not taken, because I have the feeling of taking the risk. He knows well. It has to pass through this many hurdles. And India, one file moving to one table to other table, how much you need to struggle to do that. In that scenario, he has come forward to take into the field. That's what I was fascinated day one itself. I wanted to support this company. Without any thinking about future, invested this much money, confident on the scientist of CSIR. He has taken this technology. Now my job, our scientist part, yes, we need to push it, make sure. Otherwise, nobody will tomorrow come and take your technology. Why they have to come here? Whatever you are telling, how they believe it. Tomorrow it struck that point, energy, time, effort they are putting on our technology. Yes, we invented on a table. We made the process. We can't take it to the field. We can't make the machine. We can't supply into that. Somebody has to do. Who will come forward? If this fails, we are going to fail on all the technologies. That I am very well aware of that. But we know that in our Indian system, that is a very, very complex in nature, especially when money is involved. If money is not involved, this technology would have been cleared as quick as possible earlier itself. So now you know the clutch where it is. So now we need to play other role. Yes, scientist, now I have to move on to the administrator. I have to move on to, along with the industry, how to make sure this is reaching in the society. The same point I was telling, GM foods. It should not happen. We never allow things to go beyond our reach. Before that, we have to materialize this one. So that is my concern. That's what we are working so hard, and how fast against to time, against to energy, we are moving on to that. We try to push it fast, make sure this has reached. See, we are talking about so many technologies from the CSIR. How many technologies first in India we are telling? How many technologies CSIR developed first in the globe? This is the technology. Nobody has done. We have done. Tomorrow India can, everybody can follow our technology. So that we need to fight and we need to prove it. That we need a energy. They are here to support, and all of us, we know that. But once you know that your science is so strong, nobody can stop it. One point of time it will come. Morning one question asked, why not you are going for the slaughterhouse? See, I have a premium technology for something else. Why I have to compromise my technology for something else? I know that is possible tomorrow itself. I don't want to compromise my technology. My technology is higher than what is applicable to do that. That's what we never compromise to do that. We wanted to do it, we will do it. Whatever hurdles comes in front of us, one day it will be implemented. You can also see any hospital you go, you can see capsicum will be there inside the hospital. That's our dream. Hope so it will complete it.
So that nicely covered the difficulties in translating a technology from lab. Yeah, you want to ask a question? Please.
See, this machine we have planned in 4 to 5 different capacities, which should cater the end users. Like for example, a lab or a dentist who hardly gets 1 kilogram a day. So we have machines with the capacity of 1 kilogram, 3 kilogram, 5 kilogram, and 10 kilogram. This is a plan what we have of the medical waste. And this complete process will be over in 10 to 15 minutes of time. You can use this machine n number of times, which means that even if you have a 10 kilogram machine, or even if you have a 3 kilogram machines and you have 45 or 50 kilograms of waste generated, you run it 3 or 4 times, that's all. See, normally the estimate says that close to 200 grams of waste is generated per bed, of which if you start segregating, hardly you will get 50 grams of liquid waste or which should go into this sort of machine per bed. So you can imagine. And for a normal blood test, if you take the clinics and all those things around, for a normal blood test, they take 3 milligrams of blood, right? I think there are a lot of nurses sitting around who knows this exactly. So you take a 500 bedded hospital, and every 500 of these patients you have taken for a blood sample collection. So how much blood is taken? So a 3 kilogram or a 5 kilogram capacity machine can handle that very easily. No. The current one is for a liquid base, what you've seen here, but there are a lot of other, there are attachments coming on to that for the plastic, for the glass, for the metal, everything, except for the PPE kit, which I told, which is a bulky and it's already in place. Already a recycling mechanism is already there, which we don't want to get involved. Again, to add one more point to Sir said, why this confidence in us? I mean, many of you will be asking, why are we spending so much of money? And 3 to 4 years have already gone by. What happened? I would like to switch over to another industry where the same thing happened. That is the helicopter aviation. In India, if you have a helicopter, until last year, you need district collector's permission to land it in any place in that district. But today, with all the policies getting changed, you need only the landowner's permission, even verbal or even a written permission to land a helicopter in your place. So things are changing in India. Yes, it's not as easy as what we think, but things will keep changing. And a lot of policies are getting changed over past few years. So we are hopeful that even this biomedical regulations also will be user-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. In the morning, you heard the state president of IMA talked in detail about the possibilities in image there in Palkhat. But while transportation of this medical waste to that facility, when this is not to downplay the efforts that they put in this technology, but at the same time, this is slightly bigger than what is perceived. So, Dr. Joshivarki, your opinion on chances of accident during transportation of medical waste to far away places?
Very much. See, I don't know how many of you remember 2 years back there was a truck accident happened in Chalakudi River. A big trailer which was carrying cars was fallen into the river. Imagine that truck was carrying biomedical waste. What will happen to people in Thrissur and Ernakulam district where the drinking water is being taken from the river, the Chalakudi River. So there's a lot of risk attached with transporting or carrying non-treated waste to a central point for incineration or processing. Does that answer?
Yes.
So it's a heavy risk involved in it.
It's actually a very big risk.
Exactly.
But we are taking it.
Plus, if you look at, I think in the earlier panel discussions, we are talking about carbon dioxide emissions and all those things. So
I was coming
ultimately, where are we heading to? If that is the case, and if you are going to burn the biomedical waste per ton, how much we are, I think, incinerating close to 54 or 55 tons a day in small state like Kerala.
Yes.
And maybe I think the number, if you look at for India, it's close to 800 metric tons a day. So what will be the kilometer playing in that, and what will be the carbon dioxide emissions which is happening from the complete waste? So maybe we are securing one side, but we are losing the other side. So.
But before transportation, normally we are disinfecting it. Then is it hazardous then?
You're disinfecting what?
No.
Risk of transportation. I don't think you are not autoclaving everything before you take it from one point to other, right? In the book you are writing, you tick mark everything, but practically that is not what happened. That's why I said, if that
in
truck
the morning also we discuss the same only. Before that we are disinfecting the entire thing and we are transporting. That's why we are thinking that we are disinfecting the entire thing, because we know that we are not disinfecting. Then at that time I am wondering whether we are disinfecting it or not. That's why I am asking.
No, I think many of you are sitting here knows exactly what is happening. So I don't want to blame anybody for that, but the reality is different.
I think morning also we discussed regarding this. We can produce some amount of building materials like bricks from your soil, what you are getting from that. This is another best. Actually, I am a civil engineer. Since it's interdisciplinary.
Maybe I think Dr. Anandakumar should answer that.
Most probably this is an organic material converted to a solid mass. If inorganic content is high, definitely we can think of converting this mass into a building material. So we are supposed to do the very systematic analysis, how much is inorganic, how much is organic. Basically this is an organic mass totally converted to a solid mass. So let us, that gap is still there. If this is, basically they are calling this as a soil. In the name of soil, definitely we can convert this into a building material. But still, building materials also need certain regulations.
Correct.
Especially the leachability, the strength, the density, the porosity. So chances are there. Okay. So let us, that aspect also we can explore.
Explore.
Thank you.
And we can, since nowadays all last week in Times, detail all L&T, all our infrastructure, big giants, they are going up for the carbon dioxide absorption in and around our nation. If like this scenario, I also am from MIT, we can make an MOU along with this. We can study very good detailed study.
Discuss with our director. Yeah, sure.
My research also regarding in that also.
Yeah.
We can take it.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Any other questions from audience? Yes. Yeah.
Will the waste generated, I mean the solid generated, can be still used as a soil addictive?
That is not. This is the
Only
bio,
the organic
only
part,
organic
right?
comes.
So,
That is the, can be used for other material.
Yeah.
There we can use it as the road material or construction material, anything.
Yeah,
When you
it
go
has
for
already
the plastic matrix.
See, I told the one which you have seen or shown or what we are exhibited or demonstrated today is for the liquid waste. When it comes to plastics, for example, blood collection tube, we have another machine which will, rinse the thing and, disinfect the whole thing, rinse it, then we dry it and pack it and crush it so that nobody reuses it. Then it comes out of the machine in a 250 gram pack or something like that, which will be monitored. And, that can go to the recycling plant. Because in case of blood collection tube, the top part or the colored one is made of HTP, the bottom one is made of PP, so it needs to be segregated before it goes to the recycling process. So depending on what material you use, this whole thing changes.
So this has been studied for different source material already?
Yes. The one which you have shown or what you have
That's
done
only
is a
for liquid,
prototype working model just for a demonstration purpose. The commercial model will be like capsicum, what you have seen, but inside will be different.
Different source material.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Nowadays we are in trend
No,
of.
it is there. We are putting the tracking mechanism. Most probably we are going for the blockchain type of thing. Traceability of the material and the equipment quality, how much generated. No present scenario, what you declared. Hospital, whatever declared or whatever incinerated, that is the word document. But this one, how much input is come, automatically we have a storage in the institute, and wherever it is our server, that will be captured everything. So whole country monitoring mechanism is there. That already inbuilt.
Okay, and my last recommendation, last question. As per WHO chairman, last 2 years before, the e-waste are dumped like UK. That much area e-waste we are handling now all over the world, and in China is under full cancer. We are also in the full threat of cancer also. I think we know that. we are also, please concentrate. We have to
No, we are concentrating not in our lab. Our sister labs are concentrating on the e-waste.
Yes.
And we have the clear plan for that. CSR is very much working on the e-waste.
Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you.
So one more question, sir. Other than this capsicum, what are the other projects you are handling here?
Other?
What are the other projects?
Yeah, project in line with other
Waste
areas.
For this waste management, any other projects?
Waste management, like a food waste, if you go to the Trivandrum airport, it runs with the food waste, whatever 500 kg of the food waste every day, generated the electricity by our own technology. If you go to our canteen, whatever the waste generated 50 kg every day waste, we are converting into the gas, we are using the same back in our canteen. The wastewater we are treating, and again we are reusing the grey water. And our quarters, we are not releasing any water out. We are treating grey water treatment plant is established in our quarters. We are not releasing any water treatment again back for that water for used for the gardening and other purpose. Now we went on to the another stage. Whatever the wastewater generated in our canteen, we are going to generate hydrogen out of that wastewater. Almost 80% hydrogen we could able to develop. That is the technology. First, any technology developed in our institute, first we demonstrate it here itself. Then only we are giving to the others. So that is the future of the new technology. See, wastewater, you generate the hydrogen. This hydrogen can be used for any purpose, including the running the vehicle. That's what we moving on to that direction. So that is the waste thing. Leather we developed, artificial leather from the agro waste, including the cactus, banana, sugarcane, all these things we convert as the leather, including the belt, shoe, jackets, everything we made it. 3 technology transfer has been already done. So, for example, if you are selling the banana, selling the waste of banana tree, you get the more benefit. Like that only model we are creating. So, waste to wealth is our concept in our institute. We are working on it. In bio side, one more project also Srijit is handling is the vaccine vial monitoring. When you vaccines are moved, you have to monitor that. That one indicator is there. That is totally important. India is the highest exporter of vaccine, but this label is totally important. That much money we are spending for that. NIST has taken as a challenge. 19 years that was totally monopoly. We have come up with the solution for that. Maybe another 1 year or 2 years time. That will be again the similar way we will introduce. Again we will face the same type of hurdles in everywhere because WHO telling this is the color only you have to produce. So we need to again, when it comes to new things, especially from India, it has to be their inherent issues. That's what we are taking. You looked at our all the project in CSIR NIST. We wanted to work, which is the directly linked to the Indian economy or society. This is the 2 objective. Most of the project we are focused on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any technology, when it is dissected and analyzed from all angles for pros and cons, we should also remember that existing technologies are not devoid of any problems. See, for the existing technologies for waste management, lot of effluents, dioxins, emissions and all things are there. But then in this area also NIST has some activity. I would request Director to say a few words about our dioxin and other activity, because
you may be knowing the Brahmapuram fire accident, correct? Everybody aware of that. Cochin was closed on couple of days, but no one is afraid to go that point. CSIR scientists are reached on the golden hour. Within 5-6 hours, we reached the site with all the equipment. We captured the air and we measured the air quality of the dioxins. We made the report to the tribunal. That much nobody asked us to do. We ourselves, we thought it's our responsibility. We reached and we submitted the report. If you look at that point of time, all the TV channels, everybody speak about what is going on, everything. We got the report, we know the results, what is that? Keshav Chandran is sitting here. I told him not to open mouth tree. Reporters are surrounding us. We have not even revealed anything. We managed. Without affecting anyone, we submit the report, we given the action plan to state government submit the report to the tribunal, then we opened everything. Now we given the things, and only center throughout the country monitoring the dioxin, testing the dioxin is established in CSIR NIST. Last 1.5 years, we tested 300 crore worth of the seafoods here, could able to export it from India to outside country. If normally they wanted to test such type of sample, they have to send it outside country. Each sample they have to pay 1 lakh rupees. Here we are doing it 20,000 rupees. That much amount of testing cost we reduced. We supported Indian industries to export the sample, and we established that whole center here. So that expanded that area also. We are moving on to that. Now we have taken one more mission. What he was telling about packaging. Next 3 years. Sustainable packaging solution, that mission has been taken by the CSIR NIST. We wanted to come up with an end-to-end solution for packaging problem. We wanted to develop the biopolymers, 2 to 3 polymers can alternative to PLA. That's the idea. You know that Tetra Pak is there everywhere. But all Tetra Pak belongs to only one company, the Tetra Pak company. No one has come up with any solution for alternative to Tetra Pak. CSIR NIST has taken the challenge. We wanted to come up within a 3 years time, another indigenized CSIR NIST Tetra Pak. That we have taken the mission. Second one is the bottle, all glass bottle, because milk, if you see that per week you are taking 1 credit card size of the plastics. You are taking every day, every week. You think this Monday to Friday, go there, you are taking 1 credit card size of the plastic goes in your systemic circulation. Sometime it goes out, but sometime it crosses the blood-brain barrier, it goes to blood. So what will happen to that? We don't have the study. So we wanted to trace it out, where it comes, where it goes. Mainly it comes from the milk packets. Already Chennai High Court told go for the bottles instead of the plastic pouch. But everybody wanted the plastic, everybody using the plastic. So we wanted to come up with the biopolymer PET bottle. Is no polymer leaching out, nothing. So that also we are taking next 3 years. We wanted to bring such type of solution from the CSIR NIST, and the full solution for packaging value chain we wanted to develop. This is what next 3 years time we have taken the challenge to give the packaging material, alternative packaging material for solution for the polymers, and we wanted to trace it out, which are the microplastic reaching to the our food system, how it is coming, where it goes, everything we wanted to trace it. We wanted to put a full stop for that. So that also we have taken one side that challenge, and the next 3 years we are working on it.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time. My last question to our director is, this is not the only one new technology coming from NIST. There are several. So what are the steps that you take to nurture, incubate these new ideas?
Yeah, so many youngsters are there. Another maybe within a week we are going to announce expression of interest to incubate your company at CSIR NIST. Okay, we have limited space. Initially our incubation center can incubate 6 to 7 companies. After that we are going to expand it. Anyone interested to incubate your company to CSIR, please come here, apply that expression of interest. You can start your company. What is the service you will get? Less than the whatever the rent you are paying outside, you can pay very less rent at CSIR. You have access to the all the equipment, facilities, testing. Apart from that, you have the 80 scientist mentoring you will get. Then you can start your company. You see the test. Suppose for example, you wanted to start a company for this plastic conversion. Yes, you start, put it a company here, talk with the scientist, do the things. Then go for the market, test it. And already we have 14 companies in the lined up. So anyone wanted to do that. If you see that till 2017, India has only 42 unicorns. Unicorns means $100 billion net worth companies. Only 42 till 2017. Right now, per year 110 unicorns are comes, that to type 2, type 3 tier cities. How it has come? See, a lot of people wanted to do the business. Like what Josie Varghese, if you see the stories, you can know that. He was telling about helicopter business. Already he started Cochin to Munnar, he is taking the helicopter travel, and tomorrow, Trivandrum to Cochin, we can fly from the helicopter. So this is the what innovation. You think something, yes, can we make it as a business? My idea. You have such idea, please come to NIST. We are trying to help you. any of our technology, our leather technologies, our cutlery technologies, any of idea you have, please tell us, I have this idea, how to implement as the business model, how to make a technology. We will support you, you grow yourself. That's what, 6 months maximum time will give you. But you can use the NIST address, NIST phone number, everything you can use it as the banner of NIST. You can, NIST boardroom can be used for your company boardroom. That's what we try to offer. We wanted to create more entrepreneurs in this region. That's what we are going to start next month. Hoping every year we wanted to create 50 entrepreneurs or startups from NIST. That's the target. In that, we are moving on to that. Hope more people will come forward to incubate your company.
Thank you very much. And my last question to Dr. Joshivarki. Since now you know the strength, weakness, opportunities and threats regarding this technology. So where do you see this technology in 3-year time? How can we implement this local to local, global, those kind of government slogans in this technology? Or how do you plan to contribute to Atmanirbharta? Please.
Can I use one Malayalam term here, like a saying? There's a saying in Malayalam which says, Challile charollo, means in waste there is money. We are talking about a $1 billion industry according to me, as far as biomedical waste management is concerned globally. And in 3 years' time, I think we will be in, if we'll start with India, maybe a bit late, but we will be in minimum 10 countries, doing business in 10 currencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Very happy to hear that. So now you heard about the journey from lab to fab and to market. So any technology, there is a value of death, you know that, from inception stage to translation level. But you have seen the confidence in the major players in the technology, and with the kind of engagement with the NIST and Biovasum, I'm sure that all of you agree with me that this will definitely take to heights. Thank you all for attending this panel discussion, and let me thank our chairman, Dr. Ananda Kumar, and both panelists, Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishna and Dr. Joshivarki. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request the delegates to just stay on the stage for a couple of minutes. We had conducted a snap and win contest for the participants of the conclave. Let me now invite our respected director, Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishnan, to announce the winners via a lucky draw.
Made of coir, and with the rubberized coir, you can see that you can grow the plant and just make by these CSA nest. Even director's office door is made by the coir. Our place is the development of the coir, but we forgotten the coir.
Ashwati Rejit, NIMS Hospital. Request the winner to come and collect the prize from our director. Vikram Jayaraman, Government Medical College, Trivandrum. I now request our director to hand over a memento of appreciation to Dr. Joshivarki. Thank you, sir. I hope that the conclave has been useful to a wide range of audience involving medical professionals, paramedics, policymakers, and students. As resolved by various panel discussions, new age technologies are to be developed to manage biomedical waste effectively. I believe you all will agree that incinerators by itself are not sustainable. Incinerating hundreds of tons of biomedical waste per day at a humongous energy expense and pollution is far less sustainable. the costly accidents and spills that may occur during transportation, and the carbon footprint left behind by these vehicles are concerns to the current technologies. The NIST technology could well be a promising alternative for conventional technologies for managing biomedical waste. The technology developed by CSIR NIST is scalable and catered to small healthcare establishments and large hospitals. We understand that awareness and training are prime requirements for ensuring efficient biomedical waste management. CSIR NIST is always committed to delivering sustainability with every technology with societal, national, and global significance. We hope you will agree that new and efficient technologies with strong enforcements is required to address one of the biggest challenges of modern times. Let the waste of the sick not contaminate the lives of the healthy. On behalf of Director CSIR NIST, we thank you for your time and esteemed presence in this conclave. Your participation has made this conclave a grand success. A special word of appreciation to our respected DG Madam and Dr. Srinivas, Director AIMS, our chief guest, and all our invited guests and panelists. Thank you all once again. Have a good evening and goodbye.